Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Tige Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Tige Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Tige Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Tige Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started.
Let's just have a conversation.
How y'all doing, family? Go time. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Trav Smooth, Real Precious, Paradise Paris, Mr. Let Go, Demi, Cloud Jones, Cherish, Marcus, Estelle, myself on Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk on the British Network, the Lapeef Network. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good on this side.
Doing good. Doing
Excellent.
Good.
What's going on?
Feel good to be back here.
Yeah, it is. It's been gone for a long time, it seems like. 7 days, right? 7 days. No days for some. Cherish, Christelle, and Demi. Everybody laughs at my joke. So whenever I crack a joke, just laugh. Kind of helps me keep me going, keeps me in the uplifting spirit. So whenever I say a joke, no matter how corny it is, just kind of give a little bit of grace.
Just cut your screen off, y'all. When he tells a joke. Everybody cut their screen off when he tells a joke.
Oh, no, don't do that, man. Don't do that. Anyhow, man, shout out to the sponsor, T-Channel, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. They'll start for along with a free gift. Go ahead and click that link, Feel It Teach. That link is in the description. So make sure you guys go ahead and do that. Let me see what we got in the chat. Shout out to all my Green Gang, Dale Matthew, Mr. BX87, Joe Lee. If you want to become part, embrace the grace. Going on, I haven't seen you in a while. If you want to become part of the Green Gang, click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Mr. Renegade. And we do have HR in the building. HR, for people that don't know, is a real thing. So if anybody needs to fill out any hurt feelings reports today, feel free to reach out to HR. He is monitoring and he is on site. So if anybody needs to escalate a situation, they are offended in any way, and we'll handle it accordingly, okay? Damn, it's quiet as hell, man.
We got you. We got you.
Okay. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and get this show started. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Our first topic of the night, we're going to talk about men and their emotions. Men and their emotions. The first topic is this true about calling a man who expresses his emotions feminine? Let me go ahead and play the clip.
Having the gender role as feelings as a woman, and I have the feelings as a man. But he's a little softer than I am.
I'm a little practical to take with you because words matter. What you're calling having more masculine feelings, I can almost guarantee you're taking the negative stereotypes associated with men and not being able to process and express emotion. When you're talking about him having more woman-like, you probably talking about him just being a dude that's a little more in tune so he can feel a little bit more. You feel me? Like, and that's a part of the problem is we start to gender feelings. And we know as a man, anytime you associate it with anything womanly, feminine, or whatever, that's a shot at your manhood. Right. Under the current system that we under, as far as how we view manhood, anything less than 100% masculine is now an indictment on your manhood. Don't call that man's feelings feminine. He's a human. When you're struggling with your feelings, you're still a woman, love. Like you just a woman that's struggling to express it don't make you more manly. It don't make you more rough. It means that there are skills that you need to develop. Words matter, bro. Don't get caught in this battle of trying to be more woman or more man.
All right, there we have it. Is it true about calling a man who expresses his emotions feminine? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start with you first, Marcus. What are your thoughts about that? Yeah, I know it kind of caught you off guard a little bit. I have a tendency to do that, and then it's like classroom. But go ahead.
Okay, so if our men who express their feelings,
Be honest too, Marcus. This is a safe space.
a safe space. All right,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna be expressive about how I feel about it. Okay, so uh honestly, I think that men need to temper their emotions, right? So we're all human, so we will all have emotions. I just think that as men, we have a responsibility to temper it, because when we lose control, things can get extremely dangerous. Uh, it's like drinking and driving, right? A car is it's okay to, as long as you're within those lanes. But when you get out the parameters, now you have a 7,000-pound missile pointed at people, right? So our anger can quickly turn into rage, and that rage can enact violence on people. So we have to put guardrails up about how we express our emotions and temper them around the people we love. Plus, when you're in a position that people look up to you or are looking to you for support or looking to you to be a solid rock, it's a lot harder for them to maintain what you need to give them while you're being overly emotional and crying or doing those things. And that's not to say men can't have emotions, but I don't think we're awarded the ability to be as emotional as women or children.
Okay. We'll go to you, Precious. What are your thoughts about it, ma'am? Is this true about calling a man who expresses his emotions feminine?
Is there echo for me?
Everybody
You
mute
guys
up.
say that? I don't think that a man who expresses his feelings is feminine. Like the man in the video was saying, he's human. There's nothing wrong with expressing your feelings as a man because you're going to have those feelings. I do believe that men do not get the pass to be out of control. Like women feel like they're entitled to be out of control because they're women. And I think that's because, men are seen as the people who are keeping it together, the leader, the head of household. Most men won't even tell their significant others when something is awry because they don't want them to worry. They don't want their emotions to get out of control. But I do believe that those men do need somewhere to be able to express their emotions too, because if you're keeping it together for the woman and the children, where are you going to keep it together? So I don't think that it's feminine. I think that it's a part of who we are as people. And the women who call men feminine for expressing their emotions probably need to become a little bit more feminine themselves because they have this rough exterior and they have this mentality that men. I had someone back in the day say that she saw a man cry and she was laughing at him. And she was like, I just don't think that men should cry. Like they just shouldn't cry. And I'm like, he's expressing emotion. And I don't think that, I think there are times where a man cries and it just may happen to be in front of you. And so if you're saying that it's feminine for him to cry, it's I ask the question, do you cry? Do tears fall down from your eyes? Because it's natural, but it's not natural for people to see men do that because they have been taught that no one should see you cry. So I wouldn't say that it's feminine. I believe it's very natural for a man to show his emotions. He just has to be strategic in how he does it, whereas women will do it anywhere with anyone and at a drop of a dime.
All right, so we got to keep the Kleenex on deck. Go ahead, Trev.
Like everything in life, there's a balance. There are certain emotions that are acceptable for a man to express, right? Love. You're allowed to express love. You should be able to. If a man does cry, there are situations where a man is supposed to cry. If you have a family member who dies or something, I mean, I don't expect you to sit there and cry over every movie you see a sad part coming through, but it's acceptable for a man to cry. It doesn't make you feminine, right? Passion. We should be able to express passion, right? We should be passionate about things. Some of the greatest men who are accomplishing the most express passion. Now, there are some unacceptable emotions, like if you're talking about anger. If you don't know how to control your anger, then to me, that would seem feminine to me, because you're supposed to be able to manage your emotions. And anger is something that's just unacceptable because of the damage that you can inflict on everyone else around you by not being able to control your anger. You have to be more responsible than that. Men are not allowed to do that, right? We are not, just like Marcus was saying earlier, we're not afforded the same opportunity to express ourselves as much, but it's up to us as men to be able to manage that, right? And what you normally see is men who have a masculine figure in their lives, they're able to manage it more, right? The people who don't have fathers in the home, a lot of times you see them being the most problematic children. They lash out, they become, the school assailants and everything else, right? The people who don't have a positive male figure in their life. So if a man actually has a good example of masculinity in his life, then he'll be able to exhibit that masculinity himself. So that's, I mean, in all honesty, it's a learned behavior.
Okay. We'll go to Cherish. What are your thoughts about it, ma'am? Is this true about calling a man who expresses his emotion feminine?
So I would start by saying, when you choose not to express an emotion, period, that ends in dysfunction. And when it comes to masculine and feminine energies, we have to change our perspective of them. They aren't really tied to gender. Of course, there's a spectrum. So when you have a woman and you think of feminine energy, you think of receiving, you think of sitting back, you think of flow state. When you think of masculine energy, you think of problem solving, action, leaning forward, things of that nature. Those are true. But whatever gender you are, you have to have a swirl of both. So, is it feminine to express emotions? Yes, but that's not a negative thing. Just like for women, working, the act of working is masculine, period. It doesn't matter if you do lashes, modeling, going to work is masculine. So expressing emotions is feminine. We all have like a lot of masculine and feminine within us. Now, I do think it's healthy to have the right channels to express those emotions. But I do think, yes, it is feminine, but that's not a bad thing. Okay. It will actually make you more of a man. There's more strength in vulnerability than in suppressing something, because you can't pour from an empty cup and you can't fill a cup with a hole in the bottom.
All right. Swirl. Okay. Cloud Jones, go ahead, sir. What are your thoughts about it?
I agree with pretty much most of what everyone said. Can it be feminine to show emotions in a certain way? Sure, it can be. But again, men are humans. We're allowed to have feelings. We're allowed to have emotions. We're allowed to be sad, allowed to be angry. I think really for men, where it becomes a problem is like what Precious said, when it becomes out of control. Men, the thing that characterizes men is not the lack of emotion, it's the control of emotions. So, and that's what logic does for us. When you have a certain level of logic, it helps you to temper that emotion and use it in the channel where it makes the most sense. So I would agree with that. I also agree with the concept of it being on a spectrum. Like, I definitely believe that men and women both have different degrees of masculinity and femininity, and it's good to embrace it. Obviously, you don't want to have an imbalance, but we all need both masculine and feminine qualities to be a complete person. So that's what I would say.
Paradise. What are your thoughts about it, man? Was that true about calling a man who expresses his emotion feminine?
Yeah, we see it when they use the word sassy. When men opt into behaviors that women are commonly associated with, then of course it's deemed as effeminate. Whether even when talk about gossip, they go from saying like, tell me the messiest person that you know, I promise you it's a man, or gossip and things like that, and it's almost as if men shouldn't have an opinion about, things that are happening around them that they could be involved in. We do it in a different way. I don't think that regular people are just running around crying at the drop of a hat. Regular Black women ain't running around crying at the drop of a hat at every minor inconvenience. So we talk about crying, right? Like, average adults aren't just bursting out into tears for every minor little inconvenience. The reality is, Black people, the men and the women, play a heavy part in stereotyping and over masculinizing and sensationalizing this hardcore, tough exterior that we feel like Black men should perpetuate at all times, in every situation. And it's very unrealistic. And so when we are seeing men who actually can vocalize themselves, can do it in a way that's not domineering and not aggressive and not passionate, it comes off as, oh, he's soft just because he doesn't raise his voice. Oh, he's soft just because he can hear what you're saying, digest it, and then he can vocalize himself in a way. And what Mike said was absolutely correct. We take the most negative stereotypes and we associate them with masculinity, and we embody those stereotypes because we feel like that is how a man should be operating. But it's really a brainwashing effect. We don't even realize that we're not creating the safe space and the healthy basis, not only for just the men, for the teenagers and for the little boys. It has to start somewhere. And once we're perpetuating the stereotype with the men, what happens is the boys have to jump ship from being straight boys to men. There is no graduation effect like teenage girls has. There is no grace period that we give with the teenage girls, because even then, the 18, 19-year-old girls still get a sense of coddleship. We immediately adultize the Black boys, and it starts very, very, very early. If they can't be mama's boys by the time they get to a certain age, then they're seen as adult boys, and they have to be adult for the rest of their lives. And it's not fair. It's not fair at all. But again, I think it's because we are brainwashed to believe that boys and men should behave a certain type of way, and we perpetuate that. We perpetuate that for our own level of safety. We perpetuate that for our own level of comfort. We perpetuate that for our own level of just the ego all the way around.
All right. Christelle, your thoughts about it, man?
I agree with most people. I don't think it's feminine though. I think it's more like being oversensitive. And I feel like men are more sensitive now than they used to be. Crying is not a big deal when you have a reason, but crying just to cry, it's an issue, I think, for most women, because like the man is not manly, I would say, over time. And I read about it, and it seemed like men has less and less testosterone, and that would be a reason why they are more sensitive, I think. But I would not say feminine, because I don't think crying is associated with femininity. I think everybody cries. It's a human being thing. It's just that time change and people change, and this is the way it is. That's it.
All right. Demi, what are your thoughts about it, ma'am? Is this true about calling a man who expresses his emotion feminine?
For me, a man who expresses his emotions is not feminine. He's just in touch with his feelings, right? I think it's a beautiful thing that we're normalizing, because for me, that's where it seems as though it's moving, that we're normalizing men expressing their feelings. For so long, men have not had the community and support that women have had to have the freedom to be able to express their opinions. So, I mean, I love it when a man is emotionally intelligent and self-aware enough to know that whatever it is that he's feeling right now, it's not personal towards me or the next person. You know, it's his reaction to whatever stimuli is. And for him to be able to process that and, you know, have a dialogue with the next person, that's amazing. Just like everybody was saying, it's a matter of being able to control yourself when you're feeling those emotions, so you're expressing yourself in a healthy way. But yeah, just like self-aware, I definitely get, where it's coming from, like the masculine and feminine energy. But for me, because I'm all about normalizing it, so I just call it like a self-aware thing, for men to be able to express their emotions.
Is there ever like a cutoff as far as with men? I mean, it has to be a reason why they're crying, right? If they're crying every time they're expressing themselves, then do you find an exception to that? Because I hear y'all saying, I think it's sexy when a man can express his emotions, but is there a limit? Is there a cutoff?
I'll say hell
I
yeah,
think it's like
because
Well,
go
I was actually the women. I kind of think most of the men will probably say so, but I'm just curious from a woman's perspective. Um, is there ever a point where you're like, okay, look, I know I said you could be vulnerable, but goddamn it, you're crying too much. Every time you're coming in here, you're crying, and you just spit it out, get it out.
I think it's like what Trev said. You definitely need a balance. There definitely has to be a balance because, like I said last show, women want protection, and that doesn't always mean that you're putting your hands on someone, but you are still protecting because if she needs a safe space, she's going to look to you to be that safe space. But if you are overly emotional, then she's going to feel as though she doesn't have a safe space within you because you barely have a safe space. So I think that there is a balance. And I think that men need other people outside of their woman to be emotional with. You know what I mean? Like, whether it's a therapist, whether it's your boy, whether y'all go play basketball, whether where you can because the way that you show emotion towards us and the way that you're going to show it towards your friend is going to be different. Y'all could go play a pickup game and talk it out whether your girl is going to want to know every little detail or it may be the opposite where she don't even want to hear you talking about what you're emotional about. So I think you have to pick and choose what you choose to share with her, and then the rest of it give it to a trusted friend, a confidant, a therapist, someone who is actually going to help you get through it without even her knowing, honestly.
So if she says, you can tell me anything, she doesn't really mean that.
Don't believe a woman when she say you can tell her
She's
anything
lying.
because she's lying.
She's lying.
She's lying to you.
Um,
And honestly, she may say that, but she's not going to be able to actually handle that mentally or emotionally because again, she's looking at you to be the leader. So if you are overly emotional, she's going to think that you're falling back on leading because she's going to think that your emotions are getting the best of you. So I say take it somewhere else.
So if a man is being emotional and she lays that hand on that back, is that a sign that the man needs to just stop at that point? Like he's gone too far once she put the hand on the back?
I don't know. That could be a soothing tactic.
Go ahead, Paris.
I wouldn't even be with a man that perpetuates that type of behavior. Like it wouldn't happen. I would already know. So and that's because I don't do that. Like I'm not gonna tolerate something that I don't also do. Like that's not a form of emotional control to me for a person to just be randomly every inconvenience you crying about it. Like that's not something that I have the mental capacity in order to mitigate. I'm not doing it. So I mean, I don't agree for me specifically that my man can't tell me anything, but I don't push. What you choose to disclose is that's that because I'm all for whatever happened in between us is between us. That's our privacy, that's our secrets. And if he chooses to share something very vulnerable with me, very volatile, then I know that I have a greater responsibility. But I'm not all women. So I don't speak for all women when I say that. He can tell me anything, but I know that I don't operate like most women. But overall, I don't want a man. I would never be or entertain a man who is always feeling the need to cry and feel. I don't cry and feel all the time. That's crazy as hell to me. Now you can communicate your feelings, but the extra emotional instability that would drive me insane. So we would never even be in a relationship. He would never be my man.
I feel what she's saying on that. I wanted to add earlier. I think maybe express your emotions is not even an accurate enough term. It's cool to express your emotions, but really what you want to do is articulate your emotions, because expressing them could be anything. I could punch somebody in the face. That's an expression of my emotions. I could have an outburst. That's an expression. I think articulating it and communicating it is much more important of a concept for men to embrace.
Okay. Go ahead, Cherish. You want to say something?
Yes. So I wanted to start by saying, if anyone like misinterpreted my initial comment, that femininity and masculinity aren't tied to man and woman. So when I said I feel like expressing emotions is a feminine trait, I wasn't saying that man is being girly or acting like a woman. It's more so he is tapping into that part of himself. So I wanted to clear up that. And as far as the second question, within what like relationships and like putting up with that and stuff, I may be a little biased because I am a spiritual life coach. So I am very welcoming and very like organically wanting to like dive into stuff, like deep rooted stuff. So I may be a little desensitized to like all of that. But at the same time, I will say self regulation is very important. You have to know how to choose your battles as an adult. You have to know how to self soothe, and kind of just like work through things on your own. I feel like that's very important because energy doesn't just like disappear. Emotions don't just go away. So it's not about really bottling anything in. It's like if you're not going to blow up about it, like maybe learn how to like process things within yourself. That's like very important in relationships, I feel like. Yeah.
All right, let Mr. Let Go in there. Go ahead, Let Go. What are your thoughts about it, man? You need some Kleenex?
All right. So in the context of what was said, first, shout out to tonight's conversation. Shout out to my guy Trip. Trip is always dropping gems. Shout out to my guy. So emotions in particular are just simply chemical responses. Huh?
I said the word.
Emotions are simply chemical responses to adverse things that happen in our environment. So we all have emotions, and it's sad how it's like when men are emotional or have emotions is always, we can't do this, we can't do that. And I think it's sad because we're human just like everybody else. So all of us have issues expressing those emotions, and that's where the problem actually is. So we all have emotions, but just like what Cloud Jones says, is the way we either articulate or express our emotions that's the problem. And the reason why that problem is there is because most of us were raised by women. So ladies, y'all grow up under a woman that you see and you kind of like learn from her because she's your mom, right? But when it comes to men growing up under women and there's no father, there's no man around, that's why I'm against single motherhood. We are confused on how we express the emotions. So when there's a mother and not a father, there's no regulation of the emotion. There's just suppression of the emotion. So it's like, hey, be a big boy. Hey, you the man in the house. Hey, don't cry. Hey, and then there's no explanation of why do this or not do that. There's just don't do this, don't do that. See, a father would literally say, it's okay to cry, son. Like, for example, my father, whether right or wrong, when I was a real young boy, I think I was like 5, because I remember him saying it. He said, cry off of emotions, but don't cry from pain. Deal with the pain. But if there's an emotion, it's okay to cry. And he gave me an understanding of when to cry, when not to cry. So if I am on the playground and I skin my knee and I fall on the bike and I hit my head, I don't cry, because overall, and this might, whether y'all agree with this or not, crying and screaming are literally meant to incite help. If I fall and skin my knee, I don't need help. So there's no reason for me to cry. So when you see a woman cry, if you want to, walking through the mall or whatever, and a woman is crying, that is her way of inciting help. Hey, I need help. I just don't know how to articulate it. So when a man cries and he's sad, he has to get it out. But when a man cries and he's hurt, there's no reason for him to cry. So we as men have to understand, or begin to understand, because a lot of us still don't know how, when to cry, when not to cry. Crying is about letting out your emotions. But if it's due pain, there's no reason to cry. That's what I was taught by my father. And I think if more young men had fathers in a home, it will be a better understanding of how to deal with all of these emotions, when to cry, when not to cry. But walk it off. Somebody in the chat said, walk it off. We got to walk that shit off. But crying after a breakup, crying after heartache, crying after somebody dies, you got to let that shit out.
Go ahead, Paradise.
I'm gonna respond to this in a way that hopefully my message gets across, because I don't want this to be misconstrued as, oh, she's speaking for men, because I know people typically do that. Oh, she's speaking for men. We have to stop trying to give an appropriate path to expressing emotions. We have to stop trying to making it okay or a valid excuse for a man to cry. And I think that this is one of the biggest issues. Crying is not a way of just saying, I need help. I start crying because I'm simply frustrated. I just may be moving too fast. And now it's overwhelming for me. And now I can start crying. So when we're talking about men crying and we're saying they need a safe space and that their emotions are not taken that way, which Cherish is absolutely right. Masculine and feminine is not associated directly to gender. Masculine and feminine is associated to, other things in regards to how emotions are emitted. Masculine more so being action, feminine actually is emotion. Masculine associated with doing, feminine is actually, the emotional part of the vulnerability. But when we start trying to justify when it is appropriate for men to cry, now we're going backwards. Now you're sitting in the stereotype of perpetuated masculinity. I should not be trying to tell him what feels right to him, why he should cry. However, I'm very big on no regular, average, mentally stable adult is crying at every minor inconvenience. That don't make sense to me. So even when we're talking about men crying, we're talking about it in a way that is an extreme. Oh, every time something happened, he just burst out crying. That ain't even Black people's story. We don't even do that. Like, most of the time, Black men's response to anything is laughter. Like, even to domestic violence. When a woman going upside their head, they laughing about it in order to just cope. Get shot. Have you ever heard a man talk about how he behaved after he got shot or whatever the case may be? Most times they're laughing about it. That is their response to trauma. So even when we're saying, oh, he's crying, the only men that I see burst out and feel and talk and do all of that are straight gay men. I do not see that associated with cis heterosexual Black men. It's not a thing. Black men are not walking around crying at every drop of every inconvenience. So if he does happen to express himself that way, my first reaction is not, why are you crying? My first reaction is, what's wrong? Because I know that's not something that you do. Inherently, that's not how you respond. What's wrong with you? And then we start there and stop asking, why are you crying? Then we create the safe space. Like, we have to start somewhere with breaking the cycle, and it's not making a man weak. It's not, trying to humble him, or this is not being simpish. Like, when we think of emotions as a weapon to hurt people, right? Like, why are you making me feel bad for how I feel? My feelings are valid. I should not make a man feel bad for how he feels, because if he was telling me about my body count, I would say it was justified. So why y'all feel the need to minimize it when these are his emotions for a situation that he is in, and he's supposed to be the person who figures it out? Why are you making that a negative?
And I just want to say one thing, Paris. Never ask a man, why are you crying? Just say, you okay? What's wrong? because once you say, why are you crying? He's instantly going to get defensive because he already knows embedded in his mind, he doesn't supposed to cry. So if he's crying around a woman, he's already somewhat embarrassed. So you kind of act like he's not crying. You feel me?
Yeah, I just said that. I said we should not be asking, why are you crying?
Oh, okay, cool.
Are you okay? You know, what is wrong? Like, not why are you crying? That's the wrong way to go about it.
Paris, I get that, but I get that, but you know, like Precious was saying earlier, women won't feel protected once you expose that to them. And this isn't everyone, but it takes a special kind of woman to be able to understand those type of emotions, right? Most women will not accept a man crying. Most women will not feel safe around a man who cries. They just, it's the easiest way to turn a woman off. It's the easiest way to make a woman not feel safe. We have to manage our emotions differently because women, the way they are right now, they don't accept it. There's always a problem if you cry in front of a woman. So you have to manage it. Like it's our responsibility. We understand that there are certain times where you're going to cry, right? But it's very few occasions where it's really allowed. Women don't accept it.
You're basically agreeing with me. I'm saying that we should find a way to stop
accept
trying to use when men are permissible to cry. Like you'll never find no excuse when it's permissible for him to give you the money. You'll never find no excuse when it's permissible for him to be a protector. You won't find no excuse when it's permissible for him to just be masculine. So why are you trying to find an excuse for when it's acceptable for him to cry? Like that's what I'm saying. I'm in agreement with you guys. We perpetuate, men and women perpetuate a hyper negative masculine stereotype on men's emotions. But we don't know when, where, and how to start to break that down. No man should need permission to cry.
So let me ask you this. Like when Lapeef was asking earlier, when's the balance? Where do you feel? Because a little bit earlier you said, you know, you couldn't be around a man who you wouldn't be with a man who cries a lot, right? So what's the threshold? Where is it that it's okay to do it, but then it's not okay? That's all I'm trying to get straight. Like, where is it?
I was clear in saying that that's not normal. That's sporadic behavior. I was very clear in that. Like, no regular adult who's mentally stable cries at every minor inconvenience. That's not a thing. That ain't even something.
No, we understand that part. I'm just asking, what is the threshold? What is the threshold? That's all I'm asking.
I can't give you a threshold for something that wouldn't be happen on a normal basis, Trev. But I'm saying if I'm with a man and he happens to cry, he don't need an excuse for me why he's crying, because I know that that's not something he do on a regular basis anyway. Most women who dated men, they can't ever tell you that they ever seen them cry. Ever. They can't tell you that it's ever happened. So even with that being said, even if it's happened one time, you don't even have a threshold because you never even used the past. How can I count that? So if you start to do it, I should look at that if this is a breakthrough. I should look at that as, oh, now I have elevated. This is a level that he should.
I agree with that.
Vulnerability. Yep. I would never be with a man who just breaks out and start crying at the drop of every minor inconvenience. Oh my gosh, they got my food wrong. I'm crying. Oh my gosh, I got fired. I'm crying. Oh my gosh, like, oh my, she said no, I'm crying. Like, what the hell? Don't no black man do that. That's not normal. So the threshold is whenever the hell he feel like it. Life got overwhelming. He had a bad day. He came in and the answer was to cry. I would rather him do that than to walk up and start punching the walls and knocking shit down. Don't do that.
No, I think that part, but it's still very confusing. It's still very confusing.
Let me say this, Trev. Crying in itself causes confusion. You said the word confusion. When a man cries, it incites confusion. So what's the purpose of crying if it's only going to cause the person in front of you to become confused? It's not necessarily helpful. And that's why I said we have to know why people cry. Like there's purpose in everything. When a woman cries, that means she needs help. When a man cries, what does it mean? How can a woman help the man if he starts crying? He lost his job. crying isn't going to help him
me.
fix the situation. So overall, crying helps women, but crying doesn't help men. So we got to look at things from a contextual standpoint. There's no purpose for a man to cry unless his dog died, his girl left him, his wife did this, or, you know, something extremely emotional happened, because overall crying is meant to incite help. And if a woman isn't helpful to whatever a man has a problem with, there's no purpose in crying. But Precious, you about to say something? You got cut off.
Hold tight. Let me get Cherish and Christelle, Marcus, and Demi. Let me see if they want to get in there. I know Cherish did because she had her hand raised. They will circle back around. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to say things are a lot more simple than we make them. The body is very, very, very intelligent. If you feel the need to cry, you should. Emotions are stored at a cellular level in your body. If you suppress those because you feel like it's not a solution or because you don't need help, it's going to come out in some way, shape, or form. Whether that becomes some sort of illness, whether that becomes, which that could be physical illness. Literally, if you suppress emotions long enough, you can have a disease. Or it could come out in behaviors, defense mechanisms, whatever the case may be. So I feel like you guys are jumping back and forth between extremes because your egos are trying to protect you from literally just crying. Like, no one's saying you're gonna cry all the time. No one's saying like your girl, oh, well, girls don't like it. Oh, my dad said. No, just like if you feel it, do it. And if the person doesn't like it, they're not the person for you, period, point blank.
Totally disagree.
And that's okay, because we're not talking about the extreme of crying all the time, and we're not talking about not crying at all. I'm simply just talking about if you feel it, like she said, come in, bad day. I understand, like, you want to be a leader, you want to be strong, you want to be respected. But for you to even do all of that properly, you have to express how you feel. And if you feel like you have to cry every so often, I don't feel like you should be holding those tears back. That's all that I'm saying. I'm not saying be sporadic. I'm not saying hold it in. I'm just saying let it out. Whether you let it out around your girl, if that's the reservation, okay. Around the parents, okay. Maybe like go drive to the parking lot and cry there if, like, I don't know, but I'm just saying let out your emotions, because the body knows. Even if you don't, like, we can't always rationalize and understand exactly what's going on, but the body knows what it needs and it's going to tell you. Sometimes you just have to like let that process happen. It's more subconscious than conscious. And yeah,
Let me just say this. I want to agree with you on that part. Once I heard the context, I'm able to agree with you. You got to let it out, but you don't let it out in front of the people that you're leading, whether it's your girl, whether you're a supervisor in front of, you don't just run around crying in front of people, because like I said, crying incites confusion. You know what I'm saying? So if a woman can cry, but when a man cries, you have to understand you're crying in front of somebody, even your kids are going to be confused. Your girl is going to be confused. Your employees are going to be confused. So you got to be careful when just letting it out anywhere. But once you said let it out in your car by yourself, I agree with that. But you don't cry in front of people unless you are prepared for those people to become confused. They're not going to look like
what does that confusion look like?
Well, okay, I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. Regardless of how old my kids are, right? If they was over my house and they walk in my room and I'm crying, the first thing they're going to be like is like, the hell is wrong with daddy? They're confused, right? So as a leader, the one thing you don't want to ever do is cause more confusion. You want to make sure, and if something's going on with you, that's one thing. but you don't want something to go wrong with them because something is going wrong with you. Because you're
So
caught.
I feel like you can replace confusion with you maybe don't want people to take on your emotions or something of that nature, because
No,
the
it's the word
confusion.
confusion.
Okay, well, the confusion stops the minute that you say what it is.
No matter what the reason
I
is,
feel
it's
like
still gonna cause confusion.
if you cultivate it in your home from the jump, like some sort of like emotional protocol, like for emotions, then someone walking in on you crying, they're gonna want to know what's wrong, but like that's not a negative thing.
Well, let me give you an example. Me and my daughters, I think it happened 2 times in my whole life. We love to go watch Pixar movies. We love to watch all those type of movies, right? I've cried. All 3 of us cried in 2 different movies.
What?
So I've cried in front of my kids, but contextually, it was because the movie was sad. But if they walk in on me crying, now it's inciting confusion. So I'm not saying
Well, you're sad.
don't never cry.
Just like the movie,
Exactly.
you're sad.
But we all are looking at the same thing. So there's an understanding of why we all have, and I'm not saying I'm boo-hooing. I got tears come out my eyes. You feel me?
What was
So
the movie?
I have no problem with a man crying. As long as you
What was
are
the movie? There you go.
responsible. I just want to say this. As long as you are responsible, because that's the key word, because you got to make
What was the
sure.
movie?
Hold on, bro. You got to make sure that the people that you are leading don't become confused by your adverse reaction to your stimuli. That's all I'm saying.
I would say that
What was the movie?
because all children get confused when they see adults crying. That's a natural, inherent. But I don't think it's the confusion. I think it's concern. I think we're using the wrong word. When people go and they ask you like, "Why are you crying?" Like there's been plenty of times where we've walked in. I've walked in on my teacher having a bad day. She's crying like, what the hell wrong with her? Or you walk in on your parent crying, period. It confuses children because there's an element of concern there. You're not used to seeing your parent in that status. That's not a man or a woman thing.
But it causes issues is all I'm saying.
All right,
And let go real quick. I was saying this real quick. But that's the context that I was speaking of, right? Not just in general, not saying in general, but I was talking about in front of the people you lead. We were talking about men and women and how women accept it. And that's what I was saying. What's the threshold as where it's acceptable in front of your lady? That's what I was talking about.
I think the threshold is simply this, right? Because like I said before, it's not really about the emotion, it's about the control of the emotion. The threshold is the type of sounds you're making. If you crying like a G and you're not making no sound, nobody's questioning why you crying. They're just gonna see them silent tears roll down your face and say he feeling something, but he handling it like a G. It's when you start moaning and wailing and doing all that, and you sound like a damn dying animal. That's like a distress signal, and that's when they start looking at you like, "Yo, he's weak." Because
that's what I was saying, the distress signal.
But as far
You
as
know about how that boy was trying to get that box down in Walmart.
yeah, like come on, like a little silent tear, like nobody's questioning you. I feel like that's just the man way to cry. That's the man way to handle a lot of emotions. You know what I'm saying? Like you mad, don't go beating up shit. Just like you got that look on your face. They know you mad. They know to leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? You sad, you got a sad look on your face. You don't got to do all that. Same thing. Like if you could cry, man. Like it's okay. Some water could come out your eyes without you scrunching up your face and looking all pathetic. And that's really all it's about. I don't think it has nothing to do with the emotions. It's just that a lot of people, when they're crying, they lose control and they look absolutely pathetic. And I just don't think women want to see a man looking pathetic. That's all it really is.
Well, if you put that,
I think
if you put that Ray J One Wish on, Cloud, it ain't gonna be
I also want to say that and it kind of alludes to what Paris was saying. I think that women need to hold space for men to be emotional. And when I say hold space for them, I mean that could look like you just showing him some dignity and letting him have his time alone. You know, you're not like, well, what's wrong? What's going on? Why are you crying? You're not acting confused because you know that, you know, either crying or needing your alone time or whatever the case may be is just a natural part of being a human. And so I think that more women need to actually show more dignity when it comes to a man being emotional and sorting out his own emotions, and just give him his time, and you go do something else, or I don't know, just wish the best for him, but not smother him with your concern, because as a man, he still is figuring it out.
Like
Or
Jerry said,
mother
if
him.
you don't want to do it
That's
in front of
another
me,
word.
that's fine. Go into the damn shower, run the water. I'm not gonna ask you how long you been in there for the water bill. That's obvious. You gonna pay it. I'm not gonna sit here and suffocate you because you need time. And this is where I think that men do have a misconception of women who genuinely care about them. Do we want to see you break down? No, because that's a sign of distress. That means something going on, something wrong, and we don't know if we did it. Right? You finna send me into overdrive because what the hell going on? But if it means so much to you to refrain from doing it in front of me and keep your composure, and also keep this mentality that I see you as this strong superior, if that means so much to you to have that title, by all means, that's fine. But I'm the woman, you come in here tearing shit up, we finna have a problem. Don't you break my shit. You can find a better way to get that. Don't punch no wall. Don't knock nothing down. Don't throw no glass. You can find a better way to channel your emotions as opposed to being destructive.
Yeah, like you were saying that it was y'all bills, and then you transitioned and said, "Let me tear up my stuff."
Don't be tearing up my stuff. You be having dudes live with you, Paris. Stop having dudes live in your house, Paris.
No, I
Hey,
me ever.
let's go. We got to try to close this out a little bit. Let me get to Marcus, Christelle, and finish off with Demi. If you guys have anything.
No, I was just gonna say. So I always like when I just thought about men expressing emotions. I think back to, like, I don't know if you've seen Judge Lynn Toler when she was talking about how when her husband passed, he was like a tall, emotional, what she called him, a Valium, where he could just keep her consistent in all things throughout her life. And I think I just ascribe to that philosophy, where I would just be the centering, calming effect within the lives of the people that depend on me. So much so that, to Paris' point, I think my anger will manifest itself as laughter, right? Or sadness will manifest itself as laughter. Because I just couldn't bring myself to sit in that emotion and feel sorry for myself or feel any of those things. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, this is what I got to do to fix it. This, like, I'm immediately going into the solution mode instead of sitting there. But yeah, it may be because I feel like it's feminine when I think about it. Like, if I give it like some real introspective thought, I would think the reason that I wouldn't sit in that emotion is because I would think it's not masculine to sit here when I should be doing something about it.
Yeah.
So,
all right, Marcus, go ahead. Christelle, you got anything you want to add?
I'm just very confused. That's it. Bye, Mr. Let Go. I don't know. I think people should cry when they are in pain. That's the goal. Like, you're in pain, you cry. Now you said you should cry about your feeling, not the pain. And I was like, that's very
women
strange.
can cry with pain, but men crying.
Why? You're in pain. It's painful. You cry. That's the way it is. And women, like, sometimes are in pain and we don't cry because we can deal with it. It's just that as human beings,
you
are
telling
in
men
pain.
to do something that you're saying women don't do?
No, I said that you don't have to cry all the time, but if you are really in pain, you have to cry. Because
why?
That's why. Because you're in pain.
That doesn't
that's the way it is.
To cry if you're in pain.
That's the way it is. When you're in pain, in real pain, you cry. That's it.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
But you don't cry. But you just said black women.
If you got shot, you wouldn't cry. If you broke your leg, you wouldn't cry.
I was in a car accident. I had a head-on-head car accident, and my arm was broken in 2 places. I never cried. It was super painful.
That's very weird, because if you're in pain, you cry. That's the way it is. I'm not talking about small pain. I'm talking about real pain. You cry.
No,
that's why I'm very confused. I'm like, why?
But you literally said women don't cry.
I said we don't cry all the time for pain, because you said women cry for pain. I said not all the time. Like, we have like a lot of pain and we deal with it, but as a human,
so
like,
why don't you expect men to deal with the same pain?
You broke your arms, you didn't cry. That's not normal.
You're saying that women don't cry, but you want men to cry for the same reason that women don't cry.
If I break my arm, I will cry because I would be in pain.
Because you're a lady.
No, because
I'm
it's
just going by
normal.
what you said. I'm going by what you said.
For you as a lady.
No, because it's normal.
And driving themselves to the damn hospital like that. It's
You
normal.
literally said women don't cry off of pain, but you want men to cry off of pain.
You said women that's a women thing. And I said we don't always cry when we are in pain.
We don't always cry, is all I'm saying.
No, you said you never cry when you're in pain, which is not normal.
I said I don't cry off of pain. I don't know what other men do. I'm not here to tell men what to do. I'm just simply saying, have an understanding of why you're crying before somebody walks up to you and asks you why you're crying. That's all I'm saying. Have a contextual understanding of why you're sitting there crying. That's all I'm saying. Because if you're the leader of people, your household or supervisor or whatever, you're going to cause confusion. That's all I said. Cry in the car. Like Cherish said, I'm not saying don't cry. Just cry in the car, cry in the shower, like Paris said. But don't be getting around people crying because you're going to cause confusion. I didn't say don't cry.
You said that, but that's okay. It's just that, yeah, you confuse me, but that's okay. Don't worry, I'm fine.
I think another thing outside of just confusion, Mr. Lego, it could cause it signals to people a weakness, right?
Yes.
So say you get punched in your face,
Mr.
you
Lego
start
crying now.
No, I'm saying in the example that he's talking about, if you get punched in your face and you start crying, that does not elicit the response that the people attacking you should stop. If anything, it makes you look weaker. That's what I mean by weak. Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is, he was talking about when he was a young kid. Okay, when you're a kid and you get hit or like something happened and you're in pain, you cry. That's the thing. It is what it is. So that's my point. That's why I was very confused, because I was like, that's not normal not to cry when you're in pain anyway. But I guess it's a woman thing. So
yeah, I'm thinking about
okay. So when do men cry? Let's go over that. When
they favorite homeboy break up with them. When they favorite homeboy break
No,
I don't think they drop tears. Then I think men can cry without crying with tears. I think there are times where you're crying and you're not actually doing the physical
tears
act of
come
crying,
out.
but what you're
Tears
doing
come
is embodying crying.
Yeah.
But
After
when
my
do men
last-
cry?
After my last relationship, I actually cried.
Wow.
There was a movie that I don't, like I said, I cried. I'm a Pisces. Huh?
What was the name of that movie, Lego? That you
I don't
cried
remember
about?
the name of the movie. Why y'all want to know the name of the movie?
You cried.
brought it up.
Yeah, my last breakup, I cried. If something's on TV and it's real heartwarming, it reminds me of my dad or my childhood, my this, my dad, or my mom, because my mom passed away. Like if it's a movie like somebody lost their mom or something, right?
You don't need a justifiable reason to cry.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to answer Precious's question. When do men cry? If somebody on TV reminds me of their mother dying or something, I possibly would cry because it will remind me of when my mom died. So I'll cry. I'm a Pisces. I ain't got no problem crying. So I'm not going to be crying in front of people. That's all.
When my father died in 3rd grade, I cried, and I didn't cry again until right before I had my kid, my first daughter. I was watching a movie. I forget what it's called. But it was filmed in LA about a boy getting kicked. He was trying not to gangbang and got kicked out the house because he didn't want to gangbang no more. And him and his son was like the movie I'm talking about? They was in the car, he put a sheet over it, then they start shooting, he like draping his son, trying to protect him. And I just think like shit that the parental instinct start kicking in about how I would feel in that situation with this kid.
Yeah. So when it comes to our parents or kids or something, I'm gonna cry.
Cloud.
But not if you're in physical pain.
Not if I'm in physical pain. No,
it's not gonna help me.
It's not gonna help me.
I think we should learn something here.
Hold on. Let's hold on, guys. Hold on, Cloud and Trev. When do y'all cry? I think this is important.
Last time I had a real cry was probably when my pops died. But As far as like a little misty eye, I mean, it might be a good movie. It might be a certain
See?
R&B song.
Y'all never remember the name of these movies though.
Especially them R&B songs.
No, I'm gonna check the movie.
Like with these movies, they
got
on
a
my
little misty, but besides that, a
Like
real
Notebook and whatnot.
Trev, you said you cried during a Notebook.
Nah, I didn't. But
Titanic. Come
yeah,
on. I mean, these
you know,
other movies.
passing the family members is usually
John
what'll
Q.
really do it for me, for sure.
Nah, I cried on John Q. I don't know who y'all better had cried on John Q. I will not bury my son. My son is gonna bury me.
I
Oh, my
cried on
bad.
John. Just to see that passion in that black man
Right?
like that, I felt it, and I think he
Yeah,
did that
and
shit.
a lot of times, like if you see something where it's like something relative to you or a struggle, like you might see something like Men of Honor was crazy, like you said, John Q was crazy. When you see like the struggles that people put you through, and it might just be relatable to you. It might take you back to a place where you were and you've experienced that type of discrimination or bullying or pain, and it'll bring you to that point where you just like you might let a couple go.
I'm gonna tell
I ain't
y'all
gonna
one
hold
time
you,
I
though. I don't
cried.
like crying about physical pain. I don't do that either. I have a very high
See?
threshold for pain.
Yeah.
So
One
I don't
time
think
I
that
was in
that's a man or woman thing either. I just don't cry every time I'm in pain. I look like nothing.
One time I was in a strip club, right? And this girl was clapping her booty, and it was so beautiful. I literally just started crying. I was just like, "Oh my god!" And I just started crying. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Like how she was just like, and it was like in slow motion. I was just like, "Oh my god!"
It was an onion booty. It was the onion
Like
booty.
you'll see in slow motion.
It was in slow motion in real time. I was like, "Oh my god!" Yeah, I just started
Booty
crying.
tears is wild.
What song was
Booty
playing?
tears, bro. Y'all
You sure you
don't
weren't crying
feel me
'cause
with
it
the
was
booty
stinky?
tears? Oh my god.
Oh man.
Are
I
you
might
sure
start
you weren't
crying
crying
right
'cause
now.
she
Just
stinks?
thinking about the booty.
You sure?
Might have been Pinka. You say what?
You sure it wasn't crying? You weren't crying because she stink? You sure it was just because she was moving in slow motion? You
No,
ain't getting no booty flakes on your face?
Somebody say you sure it was a woman.
I've actually had an issue like that before too. I had a girl grind on my white pants so much where she left.
Move forward.
Okay,
Next
all right.
topic.
Kind of was
my
She left a
pants,
skin
yeah,
mark.
yeah.
and
If
my
you guys would do this,
ex-wife
Next
came
topic,
home
JR.
and pulled my
Next
pants out
topic.
of dirty clothes and was like, "What is this?"
Next
Yeah,
topic.
so I've had that.
Yo, she probably got the wrong idea about you, bro. She got the wrong idea about you when she just saw a random skid mark on your white pants. She didn't think you were at the strip club, bro.
you guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Talk. Make sure we hit the like button off. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're going to get to these super chats real quick. The Will 499 says salute to Mr. Speaker of the House. Don't bring your solution to Thursday night. The AP accountability partner $10 says my boy M Dub. Demi, someone breaking in the house and both of y'all crying under the bed, expressing y'all emotion. That's okay, right? Let's normalize it. The AP accountability partner says, and that's why I fucks with Paris. She's always 100. The Will 199 says, let's go. Definitely needs help. A lot of help. Accountability partner $5 says, Paris, your boyfriend. Lucky I'm married. I'll shoot every shot I got. You are spot on, man.
Oh shit! All right, Paris, look at
Yo,
you.
199 says Team Fatty sent us. Shout out to Marcus. Accountability partner $5 says, just to let go, you cried watching The Little Mermaid. Be honest. Paris Politics and Sports $10 says, on side of caution. Don't cry in front of your woman unless it is unspeakable loss of a loved one.
Facts.
T.O. 199 says, the only time men should be crying is after death. T.O. again, men losing is his kids to a divorce, and she moves halfway across the world, then maybe he can go in a dark room and shed a tear.
What more do you want from me?
And stop listening to women. Cherish. You like guys who carry man purses and have finger waves and jail edges. Be honest. Cherish. Cap. If it is in front of your lady in private, is another story. I can understand that. T.O. Then women ask why men are so feminine. Mr. Let Go is right. My son thought he done something. When my dad cried, I stayed out of the way. I was scared.
See?
Big at 11 announces every time someone over 5'11" walk by, let go, start crying, saying that could have been me.
First of all, I'm 5'13".
Duke Whitfield, 499. Tyler Perry said we all paying is a light bill. All we paying is a light bill. We can cry now. BZ, formerly Baby Zaddy, $5. Serious note that emotion will come out in some form. Don't let it be anger or violence. Find a safe space and let it out, bro. AP Accountability Partners, $5 says, I don't cry when I'm in pain. I'm only watching movies. Mr. Let go. TO199 says, we broke bones in middle and high school. I ain't cry. BZ, cry, bro. Go upstairs, close the door, and punch the air like Trey and Boys in the Hood. Then walk back downstairs like nothing happened. They get $10. I got shot twice in the military and seen numbers of people shot, but never seen someone just get shot and they started crying.
Facts.
Me, I got pissed. And lastly, TL499 says only seen some niggas cry in pain while in person when they got shot, and I think they're about to die. But leg shots in or hitting the arm usually don't cry. All right. Appreciate everybody that supported the channel. Let's go ahead and move on to our next topic. Shout out to the sponsor again, T-Channel, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men, 30% off on the free gift. That link is in the description. Hit the like button. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Our next topic, we're going to talk about that Brittany Renner. Brittany Renner tells Shannon Sharp a body count is 35.
To 35 guys. Okay.
Whew. Oh, Lord.
Impressive isn't the word. So if I'm judged for
Anybody else need a shot of this?
if I'm judged for having great taste,
We are in the bar, so help yourself. We got this for the next hour. Woo.
All right, that was a skit that everybody heard, man. So Brittany Renner, she comes out again. She's been making a wave, man. So now she says her body count is 35. I'm not sure her age. Anybody know Brittany Renner's age?
31.
She's 31.
Okay, 31. So what? Roughly about like 2 or 3 a year.
About 2 men on average.
Something
You
like
gotta
that.
remember, she didn't start having sex until at least teens, so you gotta block out 15 years of that.
But
That still would be about 2.
block out like 12 years. Yeah, she's got nearly 3 men, a little over 2.5 men a year.
Yeah, 2.5 men. Yeah, that's a low number. Is that a low number?
That's
No?
it's about one. It's less than. It's like 1 1/4. It's not too
That's
bad.
fine. Yeah,
That's,
if
that's
you
less than 1 1/4.
yeah,
I've
when
always said
when you
that,
get up there, you get up there in age, it sounds like it's a lot when you say the total number, but if you really break it down and go back, it's not a lot. I'm curious about you guys' thoughts. It's only 35. It's only 35. Let me go ahead and start with Demi first. Demi, I've never met you. I don't know you, but 35 is on the table for a body count. Brittany Renner came out and disclosed that that's her number. What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, I think she's brave for putting her body count out there. As soon as you put your body count out there, you're leaving yourself open to hear what everybody has to say about it. Yeah, I wouldn't
Okay,
be
so
sharing that my
it's
body
35.
count is 35.
It's 35 a high number. Let's start off there. Is it a high number?
Considering the stuff that happened with all the marijuana in the 70s and all of the hooking up that's going on nowadays, I mean, maybe not, but you don't want to share that.
Okay, so 35 is not a high number in your book. It's just the fact that she put it out there. So once you put it out there, then it's playing a different game now.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people had 35 partners, but they're not like,
Really?
here's what I did. I think so. Yeah, just like a lot of people were virgins until they were 40, and a lot of people only had one person. Like, I think everyone's well represented. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So it's just normal for people to average, especially in the 70s with all the marijuana and everybody just loose with it. Okay. Let me get other people's opinion, and then we'll come back and see if they agree with you. Okay.
Shout out to the loose coochies.
Okay. Yeah. Christelle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know you. I'm just curious. She said it's not a high number. It's perfectly normal.
I think it's normal. I think a lot of girls have like that many guys, but they don't talk about it because then it's going to be a shame. So they will lie and say less than that, but they know they've done more than that. So I think I know a lot of people who has like had 35 partners. I think it's a normal number.
So you two agree with Demi.
Yeah.
35 is a normal number around that age. So 2 to 3 men a year.
Especially with the app and all now. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't think we have anything to worry about, man. I mean, if we hit a number 35, we shouldn't be startled by that number.
What does a room with 35 people look like? Like 35 people in a room, like for like at a certain size lounge is like a lit party. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm not sure how to completely feel about it. I'm on the fence about this one.
I know how I feel about it.
Okay, well we're gonna go to you, Trev, in a second. I already tell that you're liking what you hear. Lego.
Yes.
35 is the magic number. It's perfectly fine. It seems to be. I think we got a balanced panel with this one. They don't see
Don't give
anything.
them pass because you know Brittany either. We know how you get.
Oh my
Tell the truth.
First of all, I've
We need
always
Sweeney. We gotta get Sweeney back on.
No caping tonight.
We gotta get Sweeney back on here.
I've always said once you've gotten to your 35th dick, it's over for you. So if you've reached your 35th dick, you're never going to get married. You're never going to find a husband. Just enjoy your life, and you might as well, get to your 45th dick. Try to break a record, but altogether, it's over because nobody's going to want to marry a woman that done sat on 35 dicks. I'm just saying. You're still a good person. You just don't get married.
But Lego, I think we own to something because we have women on the panel, and according to them, a lot of women have surpassed the 35. You just don't know about it. You're just not aware. So if they're not disclosing it or if they are not telling you the truth, how would you know?
Well, I can easily tell because, and this is biologically, and
oh, really?
Yes. After sitting on that many dicks, your nervous system is going to operate differently. So your eye movement,
what are you talking about?
You're going to be a little bit more twitchy. There's going to be a lot of metaphysical things that are going to be going on with you that a man can easily see that something's off about this woman. It's not necessarily going to be like, you've had 35 dicks. But overall, if you pay attention to a woman, like from a metaphysical standpoint, how she moves, how she walks, how she talks, where her eyes go when she's talking. You know how some of these women like, I just feel like, she starts looking around. Certain metaphysical things change with a woman after she's over 20 dicks. So, yeah. I'm about biology, so.
Cherish. What are your thoughts about this, man? We have a specialist at the top in the red hoodie. He says he can identify a woman that has surpassed.
So we're changing the topic.
I mean, sometimes it happens like that, but you can go ahead and answer. Brittany
go
Renner.
ahead. What is the topic?
Yeah, Brittany Renner tells Shannon Sharp that her body count is 35. Is that a high number?
I personally could care less about like the whole Britney thing. I also think that she probably just like threw a number out there and it could have been wrong.
She keeps count in real life because I
highly doubt that she got a tally mark in her room. So
she says it. She actually says it. She actually said it.
and
it wasn't 35 at first. It goes up every time she has sex with somebody, and she tells everybody. She actually tallies.
Okay. Well, yeah, she's a very eccentric person, so I maybe will give her that credit that she's like very dubious and probably like has stuff like that. But my opinion on it, if her number is 35, given the social climate and just the culture of like how we know her, I would say, good job.
What? Wait, what?
I'm saying, given like how, like, I don't know her, but I'm saying
Can
I
you
don't know
explain?
her. So I'm saying, as a person that would judge her based off of the types of content that she makes and what you know about the types of people that she deals with and how she operates with those people and the attention that she seeks and all of that, then I would say for her, I would have probably pictured a bigger number. That's all, just based off the superficial level. So that's why
That
I'm
actually
like,
makes
well, is
sense.
that the number?
That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you can easily look at Brittany Renner and think she probably, done did more than that. So yeah. But do you think
I definitely
35?
think she's been doing more than she let on.
But do you think
I definitely think the number is a lie.
But do you think 35 dicks is too much at the age of 31?
So I feel like that's going to be subjective to the person. I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I'm not like a huge like recreational sex person. It's like I'm in a long-term relationship or I'm like building something with somebody. If not, like I'm not just out here like it's a sport. It's like that's something pretty sacred to me. So I'll be the wrong person to ask. But I'm a girl's girl. Like I'm for women doing what the fuck they want to do, because if the roles are reversed, we don't ever question men. We don't care about men. Now, I'm
Really?
not saying that
We don't have vaginas.
yeah, I know. So I'm gonna say like I'm not saying there's not a reason for that,
Okay.
but I'm just saying sometimes y'all take it too far. And y'all's egos are very fragile compared to ours.
How? How so? What do you mean egos? Y'all the ones taking the dicks, not us. What does our ego got to do with it?
Y'all are easy. Y'all will do anything that y'all can get.
So let me ask you a
That's
question.
nasty.
Let
That
me
anybody that will open up, you're in. That's nasty.
Let me ask you a question though. Let me ask you a question.
Y'all deal with the inanimate objects, all right?
More.
What was that?
Hold on. More of our women have babies than our men. Okay. So when it comes to that's nasty, just to take up for the men for a second, y'all are the ones that are nasty, because I would say about 55% of black men don't even have children, and 80% of black women have children. So we may smash anything, but y'all will let anything nut in y'all. So y'all are the one that are nasty. Not us. Just want to say.
Is that a voice effect?
If you measuring that off of kids, that's a false
It's
equivalent.
weird, you're right, because women have children. Like they biologically can have
If dudes have
science
children,
was science.
If y'all could get
Hold
impregnated,
on,
I
y'all.
swear to
Hold on.
God.
Whoa, hold on.
If y'all could get
the men have the
impregnated,
children too, silly. What are you talking about? I said men,
but they
don't
can't biologically have them, so they're not going to have more. Period.
No,
the,
you
the
don't.
math is math.
If a man has not made a child, he has not made a child. It's still the same thing.
That don't mean his dick ain't dirty. That don't mean the man go get regular STD checks. That don't mean that the man wouldn't stick his Johnson inside of a tree hole if it would make him ejaculate.
Y'all letting anybody
but
nut
what's
in
worse?
y'all.
What's
Y'all
worse,
sitting on the
smashing
toilet
anything
waiting
or
on
letting anything
random
fart in
cookies
you?
to run out of y'all every Thursday. What are you talking about? How many times y'all sitting on the toilet waiting on poopy stuff to run out of
I'm
you?
actually on your side. I just think you used the wrong equivalency. Like when Cher said y'all are easy, you fuck anything. Actually, I would make the argument that that is wrong. However, wait a minute. I'm finna give you some leg room, sir. I'm finna reel it in. You threw the cast out there. It broke. Let me go get you another. Okay. So using women, their reproductive system in order to measure the nastiness, that don't even make sense. They don't had babies the first time they've had sex. I know my cousin was one of them. First time she ever had sex, she got pregnant. That don't mean she's nasty. Would be nasty though, right? Like, is the idea when we talked about when Cloud Jones mentioned, when you look at women, the sexual deviance is sticking inanimate objects up in them. Sodomy, what do you call it? Sodomy. And then when you're talking about like the hypersexuality of men, I always try to remove that from the stigma of Black men. Because when you're talking about like men on average, the average man isn't even having sex. And there is an actual number
Which
of
makes
Black
y'all
men.
nasty.
Hold on. No, they don't make us
But it's
nasty.
because they can't, not because they
Hold on.
don't want to.
No, wait a
Okay,
minute,
if I
Cherish.
can't be nasty, I'm still not nasty.
Yeah, one at a time, y'all. One at a time. One at a time.
I can't be nasty.
Those stats, again, don't apply to Black men. But when we're
Yeah, I
actually
wasn't
talking
saying that.
about, no, that's not what I'm saying either. Those stats don't apply to Black men. But when you look at it in totality, right, there's a lot more conservative Black men than we are actually letting on, because studies do show that most Black women go after the same number of Black men. Now that would be nasty. Like, you know that you're regurgitating and recycling the same dick.
Yes.
That would be nasty. But that ain't got nothing to do with kids. Keep the kids out of it, Mr. Lego.
So that means y'all women are pookie pickers, and that's why y'all nasty. Stop being pookie. We're not pookie pickers. Y'all are pookie pickers.
Right,
and one last thing, just to kind of go against Paris, even though Paris is on my side. When we think about nasty, right? I could have like jumped into some mud and rolled around in it. But if I go take a shower, I can go wherever I want to go, and nobody's going to think that I'm nasty because I went and took a shower. So the key to nasty is when there's signs of you being nasty. And that is women without all these women with all these damn kids. Y'all have signs of what y'all did.
I'm talking
got
about
signs
the
of what we
act
did.
of not being selective, the acts of just like whatever. That's what I'm talking about. Not
But we're
the
selective with our
hygiene.
semen,
That's a
though.
whole nother ballpark. Hygiene,
right?
But
We're
the
selective
act
with
of
our
like,
semen. We're selective with our internal organs
No,
versus
you're not.
y'all.
50% of Black
Some
men
men-
got children. The number right
We don't
there.
give
Like,
away our
half of
semen.
y'all have children, half of y'all don't. So even when you saying that, like, that don't even make sense, because only 63% is only a 13% difference in between who got children and who don't. And that 13% is comprised of a man having kids with multiple women, a future.
So he's nasty.
So basically what I'm saying is, you using kids, keep the kids out of it, bro. We can attack the adults without trying to weaponize a woman's uterus. That's where you're losing me in the argument, because you're
She's
trying to bring up
attacking my
kids.
penis.
Hold on, wait a minute. You're trying to bring up kids when we know for a fact Black men do not like going to the doctor. Y'all don't even like getting checked out. So when you saying that, and you're talking about all these STD numbers, they're getting them from Black women, because we are making us ourselves be accountable for having the sexual partners, but we got to be fucking men in order to get the STD. That would be the nasty. That's what Cherish is talking about. The men
That's
are
not
the
what
carriers.
Cherish is talking
We're
about.
bringing
Okay.
up STDs. We're going to get checked. We're going to have the panels done. You are not. So that would be the determination of nasty, because you niggas don't even go and make sure they swab the tip of the dick in order to see what the hell going on with you. You send a woman to the doctor, she come back clear, you feel like everything okay.
Well, Cherish, y'all
Which is
nasty.
why 35 men is a lot. 35 is a lot.
Exactly, you nasty
35
women.
men is a
Go
lot.
ahead. Go ahead, Fred. What are your thoughts about it? You said
Y'all
it's a
I
lot.
think it's a lot. I think 35 is a lot. But when we're talking about Brittany Renner, I'm not surprised. Like, I'm not surprised that it's a high number. I'm not surprised that she's parading how many men she slept with. I'm not surprised, because that's what she shares with the world. She'd rather share her promiscuity than, take herself off of social media and get her life together. This is her life. And so I'm not surprised that she's been with 35. And like Cherish was saying, I would imagine that it's probably more than that. She probably lost count somewhere. But yeah, I'm not surprised. 35 is a high number, though.
I wouldn't say it's high for Brittany Renner, if we being realistic. And I'm gonna tell you why. Like, her proximity to people looks a lot different. And I don't even like, y'all know how I feel about her. We talk about Brittany and we try to make her the bad guy. But when you look at it, all these platforms that are giving her a voice are not women-dominated platforms. She's not a girl's girl. I ain't seen her on Pure Minds. I ain't seen her on none of these women podcasts. It's all these men who giving her a mic and then trying to tell us, oh, well, it shouldn't be this way, but y'all are basically promoting her. You're basically supporting her, and you're basically projecting onto us while also going against Sexy Red and Suki. So you can't use Brittany Renner because she's a cleaned up hoe, but then you're trying to shame Sexy Red and Suki because they still the same type of hoe. When reality is Brittany she's a polished one. That's all it is. I think that number for her isn't high. She went to Jackson State. That's about 4,000 people she encountered. She was an athlete. So that's about 0.008% of people that she would have encountered as an athlete on that 4-year period. Then she has 4.8 million followers. Then she relocated. In proximity, she knows and has access to a lot of people. I think the number was just thrown out there. I think the number was made up because 35 is a pretty accurate number. They don't even make fucking sense. But in retrospect, I definitely feel like for her, with her influence, with who she is, that's not an egregious number. Most Black people start being sexually active anywhere between the ages of 12 and 16. She's been fucking a long time.
Cause y'all nasty.
Yeah, no, I think she made that as an overall number up. The reason I think she's saying 35 is because you could link her to those 35 celebrities that she's proud of. When you heard her in the video talking about it, she said that's a hell of a resume. I think she was mentioning which guys that she has been linked to throughout society. She not counting when she went to the club. Yeah, she not counting when she went to the club and had a one night stand. She not counting the first. And then so, and I don't think 35 is a large number for her, right? Because there's women who they first sexual experience, they could be getting a train ran on them. It could be 10 men at one time, right? If assuming she was telling the truth with them. So it's a whole lot of ways that you can interpret what that number is. Yeah, people live different lifestyles. So if you lived a normal lifestyle where you just dated one person for a little bit of time and then y'all broke up, because you could realistically have a relationship where you knew somebody well enough to sleep with them in 6 to 7 months, because most people around a third, fourth date will have sex. So she could have had a regular, using 35 as a metric, had a regular dating history and got to 35 with age. Now, is this something that I would want to do? Probably not, right? But just keeping it real with time, they're gonna accrue numbers if they're not in a long-term relationship. So yeah.
And that speaks to what Cherish was saying. Like, look at the area that we in, bro. They got a whole several apps dedicated to if you want to hook up alone. Like, do you know how many women have perpetuated the idea of I don't need a man for anything except for dick? And they really live by it. Like, once he not bringing that consistent dick, it's women out here telling you that they got a roster. It's women out here telling you that one man won't do, another one will. And all we did was, like Demi said, all we did was take the cleanup guy. Well, now you can see it. You can hear women say it. But this shit been going on for years. Now that we know about it, people are like outraged. But Christelle is right. Yeah. Women have body counts that we don't even discuss, because what about the women who was telling you, oh, I got a man who can lay pipe. I got a man who can clean the gutters. I got a man who can do this. You think them women was just out there cooking to get them needs met? No, they was fucking and sucking.
Yeah. Look, this weekend we found the Guinness Book of World Record woman. I think she recently did it, and I think it was Sweden or Russia or something. She slept with 800 men in one day. Yeah, wow. 800 in one day. In one day.
How is that possible? 800. How many minutes?
They line them up. It'd be quick. They line them up. The line is just extensions. Like it's all the way. It's like it curls up. It hooks around. Like they got. Like,
we can nut in 2 minutes.
Velvet ropes and everything.
It wasn't 800. I got it wrong.
We only last long because of y'all. We can nut in 2 minutes.
So it was originally 904, and then she just said it with 918 men recently. In 2004.
That's impressive.
919 men in 24 hours.
But also, y'all don't take it to the consideration of the men who say, well, if she don't have sex with me in this amount of time, then I'm moving on. And they're doing things to get their goal. Like, they meet women telling them, oh, yeah, I want to take you serious just so he can get the sex. The same thing happened when Will married the girl in, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like, he married her just to have sex. But men are doing it now just in date. Like women will tell you, well, I want some long term and this, that, and the third. And I'm not saying that women aren't, accountable for seeing through the bullshit, but I am saying we can't pretend that this is not the reality to where the number can rack up high. If you feel like a man got a high number and it's acceptable, but you also see multiple women associate with the same man, do you think that all the women are just waiting in rotation for that man? No, they're finding another man who can do the damn job.
I agree. And with all that being said, that means y'all asses are nasty.
My thing is, I just want to add one thing. Like the number, we could say, okay, in today's times, that might be not too crazy of a number, right? But I do want to add a little perspective, right? We basically saying that she's been with 35 different people, and not one of them people, and she's a beautiful lady, right? So not one of them people said, yo, I want to keep her. I want to hold on to this. So I feel
One
like
did.
that kind of speaks a little crazy. Who kept her?
Well, the one she had a baby with, they were
PJ Washington didn't want to keep her. He left her.
He might not want it to be kept either.
No.
You
They
gotta
were
think,
actually
like,
together. So,
But she sounded like she wanted to with PJ.
with him, yeah. But I'm saying, like, there's girls who, like, if we're gonna say the type of lifestyle she's living in is extremely hypergamous, right? Where she's going from athlete to celebrity to the next richest person she could find. So some of them might just want to keep her, because I've met men who would be in a position in that same and fall in love with a girl that plenty of people have bust down. We were just talking about the Steve Nash situation, right? It's not a coincidence that she slept with him and his teammate and another teammate on the same team. That's an archetype, and some of these men fall for that. But she didn't want to stay.
I also think that that's a disingenuous argument, Cloud, because we know women lead the most. So we're making the assumption that all of these men she ever encountered chose to not keep her, without even putting into the fact that she just may have never wanted to stay. And that's not fair to always make the judgment to say, oh, they didn't want to be in a relationship with her, oh, they didn't want to marry her, when you know that the divorce rates show it's always women who are breaking down the relationship more than men.
But that's even worse. That means she's giving the coochie to people she don't even want.
Not necessarily. That means that she's developing a relationship. The thing about this is we don't know the context around it. The thing about it is, like, when you're talking about the 35 people, we're talking about in an assumptive manner, like, oh, she was just fucking, they didn't want her. We don't know if she's had long-term relationships with a third, a fifth, a quarter. We don't know. All we hear was the number, and then we're jumping to all of these rash decisions in order to make the determination for her why it's 35. I can't give context to that, but I also am not going to sit here and put it all in men's hands to say, did none of them want to have a long-term relationship with her? Because we know more times often than not, it is a woman walking away.
I do agree with that perspective in general, that we should balance it out more. But I will say, upon looking at her page and the types of videos that she makes now, it's like she's thirsty for love. Like, she wants a relationship. And it's like, given like how she's acted, it's like nobody really wants to be with her. And now she is like acting all spiritual and conscious, and like posts like a lot of like content like that, but then she always like messes it up. So I don't know, but I agree with that. Like, we have to stop saying like, oh, like making everything like the man is on the pedestal, as far as like, oh, he didn't want to be with her. Like, that's not true in these types of situations all the time. But she definitely does look like she wants a relationship really bad.
Do you think she's going at it the wrong way, or she just wants
Absolutely. It's disingenuous.
She's going about it the wrong way. She's sabotaging herself by, and who was it that said all these interviewers are men, that like all these podcasts and stuff, that she's going on, it's like men exploiting her, really. And it's like she's so thirsty to be relevant and be seen.
Well, she would have to accept it. I mean, they're not exploiting her. She's accepting these invitations to go on their platforms.
Well,
Yeah.
no, this is
That's
why I
almost like
say
a man saying, it's like a woman saying, "Oh, well, he got me pregnant." Like, okay, well, you opened
this
your
is why
legs.
it's
Like,
exploitation, because they're propagating her in a point for her form of relevancy. Like they know she's gonna get clickbait. I haven't seen at not one time in recent where Brittany Renner has been put with a high profile man where we haven't had a conversation about her. That is a form of exploitation. There is no reason why Shannon Sharp and Brittany Renner are in the same fucking room together. Nobody can make that make sense to me. Now, even when you're talking about that, right, it's self-sabotage because this is a woman who is going to stand on her reality. You can't go and stand on some shit, right? And try to seem unapologetic about it, but then you're trying to be so desperate for love and trying to coy men and saying, oh, well, I've changed. I want this, and the third. It's very disingenuous. It's also a form of manipulation. And to me, she comes off as one of the women who's like, hey, look at me, I'm a hoe. But there was a man who put a ring on it, so I can still act this way. I can still do this. Like she's using herself as a tool to basically show women the wrong shit. Because you can't go and stand on the shit and stand in it, but then try to make it seem like you're just this woman who's going to be so faithful, so loyal. Who do you think these men are? You think they don't?
Shout out to the men that stood in it. I just wanted to say that.
I feel like Brittany Renner's just doing anything possible to stay relevant. She does this for sport, right? She says she accumulated 35 bodies. I think it's way more than that because there's videos of her talking about she got yeast infections because she slept with multiple men in the same week. She's not using protection with these people. She's made several videos about how she go after all of these dudes and they'll hit it raw, everything else. She doesn't care. She does this for sport. And that's one of the main reasons why nobody's going to want her. And out of all of this sport that she had, I think she's being very modest with that number too. I think she's accumulated probably a lot, right? Because 35 is not that much. I know women who've hit the triple digits already, no problem. I think that she's done more, honestly. I think she's honestly done more. So for just the timeline and the proximity of it and how much she's actually talked about, she's one of those women who just are going to omit a bunch of dudes, like anybody who wasn't worthy. If you weren't a celebrity, she's not going to count it. She got a train ran on her. She ain't going to count it. If she used there's women who don't count it because they use protection. Oh, I can't count that. Oh, I got paid for it. I can't count that. That was business. Like what? What are we talking about? So I guarantee you she probably omitted probably 2/3 of what it is that she actually did. She's out there and she doesn't care. And out of all of this, she claims to have only climaxed by 2 of the men, period. Like, what are we even doing? And nobody wants to keep her. And I'm going to tell you why the men are leaving, because men can't see themselves, because us as men hold each other accountable. We're going to say, damn, you want that to be your wife? Damn. And even if they don't tell you to their face, there's always the whispers. There's always that look when you run in the room. We don't like it's not acceptable for a man to accept the 304s as his wife. Stain doesn't go away. People don't really dig that part. But like I was saying before, if me or just any man in general that you like, if you found out the homeboy was a pedo back in the day, you ain't gonna want him. And there's nothing he could tell you today that's gonna wipe that stain off of him. Nothing you can do. It's the same thing when we're talking about a 304. Once we know you did that, we know the damage that's gonna happen. We know you're gonna have BV, the clap, whatever else hidden. You don't know what's going on with that. You ain't never gonna be right. You're gonna have those smells that you know we don't like. You're going to have that emotional damage from all these different dudes. You're going to have all that energy for those of us who believe in it. There's so much baggage that you're carrying into this relationship. There's no way that you're going to know how to be with one guy. You can't train yourself that way your whole life as a woman and allow all these different souls into you and then think one day you're just going to be able to be somebody's wife and mother and be good at it. It doesn't work that way.
All right, let me go ahead and let me switch it up a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip.
Judge a woman that let 2 men penetrate her without judging the men in that situation too. Why are you choosing to be in a room with another man having your sex moans, sex faces and shit? Dick out, leg. Nigga, if your leg touched my leg and I'm stroking, I'm going to die.
I saw this and maybe raise the question that should men be held accountable the same as women when it comes to their sexual past?
Absolutely.
Should men be held accountable the same as
That's
women when it
simple.
comes to their sexual past? It doesn't happen often.
The answer is no.
Nope.
We can do what the hell we want. We're men. We rerun this world. Y'all can't do what y'all want to do. So, you know, Chairs tried to pull that earlier, talking about what about men? No, we can do what the hell we want to do. We take care of y'all. We feed y'all, clothe y'all, give y'all jobs. Y'all are safe because of us.
What are you talking about?
We have earned the right to do what we want to do without the judgment.
So
Okay,
I think
hold on.
One last thing, and nobody's entering the man's body over and over and over and over and over and over and over again as a heterosexual man. But somebody's entering your body over and over and over, 3 million times. You don't think something's gonna pop or break? We ain't got that problem. So it's a difference. We don't have a vagina.
Let me get to the women first on this. Let's go to Demi and then Christelle. Go ahead, Demi. What are your thoughts about it? Should men be held accountable the same?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why shouldn't men be held accountable the same way? If it's nasty for a female, it's nasty for a man. And while men may not have vaginas to where they're receiving from a woman when we're intimate, there is still that spiritual mixing that's going on there where yep, go ahead and fall back because you mixing with shorty and whatever she has going on, with you, you're taking that on yourself as well. So
No, we're not.
yeah, yeah, definitely. And in addition, yeah, men feel like they're unswayed or unwavered, untouched and unbothered by all of the bodies that they have. But you are, because you can find a man that has a great situation at home and then he can get whipped by the next puss, and then now you've forgotten what your responsibilities were at home. So
Well, if he's had a lot of puss, most likely he wouldn't be whipped by the next puss. Think about that.
no, Mr. Lego.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on a minute. Let me get
A dude who's used to it ain't finna get whipped by some other woman.
Hold on, let go. Go ahead, Christelle.
What I'm gonna say is controversial. I would say yes and no. I would say no because you need to gain experience. So that's why you should have a lot of women to know what you're doing. But I would say yes at the same time, because even if you do have a lot of women, most of the time you don't even know what you're doing. So it doesn't matter. So my point is, and when you were saying like to protecting us from what? From guys, actually. So you are the problem and the solution at the same time. So
Bears.
I'm just saying.
We built this infrastructure where animals don't come into our infrastructure. So if there wasn't an infrastructure, you'll get eaten by a bear. I just wanted to say that.
Okay. Anyway, so I'm just saying that
bears.
I'm just saying that no, because you should have experience. But at the same time, I would say yes, because at some point, like, you can keep doing it, especially when you are already in a relationship and you keep doing it. It sucks. So I think yes and no at the same time.
Okay.
Great answer.
Go ahead, Precious. What are your thoughts?
I'm just thinking of the bear.
It's a lions, tigers, bears.
Should men? What is this? Should men be held accountable for their sexual past? I mean, how do you hold a man accountable for his sexual past? I think a man will be held accountable for his sexual past by him own self. Like, if he has a horrible sexual past, that's gonna probably reflect maybe in multiple children. It may reflect in not being able to settle down. It may reflect in not being able to commit to one person. So I don't think that women have to hold men accountable for their sexual past, because I think life will just do that for them. So no.
Don't y'all need a man to actually be able to hit that particular spot? And don't you think a man has to have a certain amount of practice to be able to know that this spot exists, to be able to
Yeah,
hit
but
it?
that practice don't come with you raking up bodies, and I think that that's the hugest misconception, because you can understand that if it was a woman, you can understand like, oh, she shouldn't be able to rake up all of these bodies and get the same experience. She should probably be able to just find that with the one man she having sex with, so that can be applicable. And I hold
We
men to that standard, so
but we
I
come off of
already
anybody.
apply that. I already apply that. The issue with it is a lot of times men feel like because other women are giving them a chance, that women in mass don't feel this way. But women in mass don't like being embarrassed. Women in mass do not like when you deal with a woman that doesn't reach their particular stature of what they would deem as a respectable woman. Like, it's a whole difference in between me knowing that you possibly dated Savannah James versus me knowing that you laid with Brittany Renner. It's a whole difference. And I promise you, women will look at that. Like, even when they're talking about incels and things like that, incels could never, like a lot of red pill men, they can never really get women on the same accord with them if they're saying the only way that they can get a woman is if women want them for their money. Because if you are a man who's sitting in the DMs and you constantly DMing other women and you constantly like sitting there talking to yourself, but the only way you feel like you should have a woman is by you having money or this, that, and the third, other women are looking at that like, this is weird. This is strange. We're already making an association. Like, well, if he did that to her, I don't want that type of lame shit happening to me. So it's happening the same way with sex, bro. And I just think that a lot of times, a lot of us have this traditionalized mindset. Y'all are enclosed to see it until you want to see it. A lot of times y'all are enclosed to see it until you actually have somebody put it in your face. But women do it all the time.
Okay. Go ahead, Cherish.
I'll say yes and no. I only have to be unbiased and look at anatomy and nature. If we look at anatomy and nature, we see that a woman can only get pregnant once a year. A man can do as much as like he can. In nature, we know how nature goes. We know how the lions and tigers do, and everybody else. But when it comes to a relationship and you agree to be monogamous with a person, I feel like there's a level of respect. So it's like, maybe be upfront. There's some people that, as long as they're getting the perks of being with you, then I don't know, maybe they don't have any dignity and they'll be fine with that. Be straight up enough to see who sticks around to deal with that. If like you really got it, then like be straight up and see like who will stick around. But I think it's unfair to be unloyal and disrespectful to a woman that is being loyal to you and submitting to you. What a person does is their business, I do feel. But I do feel like because of men's hormonal levels and anatomy and just how they are wired, that does have a lot to do with them being less selective than we are. Even when you look in nature, usually it's the masculine animal, the male animal that's like trying to present or like present something to the female animal, like the peacocks, and or they're bringing offerings or they're trying to impress. And it's the female animal that is being selective and choosing like, oh, are you a good suitor? Are you, so I feel like as at the very least, be honest and see what that gets you. And as women, it is our job to do our best to make the best choices with the information that we do have and also use our intuitions. Our wounds are powerful. Go ahead.
I agree with you, but I will say this. I hold men to that same standard, especially men that I date, because you can't call yourself a leader. And one thing that I know about women is we lack discipline. We lack discipline. Women, if we can get out of it, we gonna get out of it. The most beautiful thing that you can get and learn from a man is discipline. A man who practices what he preaches.
Yes.
Right. So this is why it makes sense to me, right? Like, I'm not gonna take the risk of even one woman staining your reputation of saying he a deadbeat. Because I mean, it could be two other women, right, saying something different. But at the end of the day, I have to be responsible for what happens in this selection process. The same way, if he were to marry me and I turn around and I sleep with all his friends and he gets embarrassed, he has to be responsible for that selection process because you chose me. But I don't like the idea that men want the conditional association of leadership and logical thinking only when it suits them. Because even in the double standards, you still have to show up and say, I can do this, right? Like, if you was kicking into college, that's one thing. But if you're telling me as a 30-plus-year-old man that this is your rite of passage, you have to do this, but I also have to hold you to the idea that you're a leader. You want me to respect your authority, but you can show no discipline, no restraint for you being selective for the women who want access to you. And then you're trying to fearmonger me out of marriage and tell me, oh, I can't have your resources. I have to prove myself, this, that, and the third. You got to be a well-rounded man. You can't pick it up and put it down. You got to show that at all times because there's a lot of fickle women out here. And when I see you can't mitigate that, now I see you as weak, brother. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, they're out. They're not getting selected. So I agree 100% on that. One of which I understand that with men and women, there's different things that we may value more or less. But one thing a woman really values is that discipline and that restraint that you can have. That's going to really amplify all of our qualities with you if we're able to feel safe and trust that.
I just want men to, and to me, that just looks like you respecting yourself more. If you feel like women nasty, you feel like women, you know, they don't carry themselves at a certain value, this, that, and the third, then that to me should have, because I'm a reflection of you. So what's going to happen is when I get with you, other women are going to feel like, oh, he with Paradise Paris. I know he got to be a good one. I know he got to be, you know, he got to be putting it down. He got to be this and the third. You already got a target on your back for being with me. You already high profile from being with me. So if I already know that, I have to be a reflection of you. The last thing that I need you doing is going to what you did. And don't get me wrong, cheating ain't my damn deal breaker. But your past gonna follow you the same way my past gonna follow me. You can't show up to me any type of way, bro. You gotta already have that mentality of you being a logical, thorough leader all the way around. Your character gotta precede you.
Any woman I get with is proud to call me hers. So I totally agree with you on that, Paris. If they see you with me, they're like, oh shit. So I totally agree with you on that. And I think that's the main thing that we all have to take from this, especially as men. If you out here smashing anything, walking, just like we was talking earlier, and you end up getting with a woman to a certain degree, other women, if they know what, you know, your past is and how you move, the first thing women gonna say, he gonna cheat on her in a minute. She ain't nobody. I seen him over here and over there. They're not even going to respect their relationship. Women are going to be all in his DMs trying to get with him because they expect him to just cheat because of how he been moving out in the streets. So when a man operates in a certain way when he's single, he's going to have less problems when he actually gets in a relationship if they're not used to him being in a relationship, or if they're not used to him just being, you know, just smashing all these different women. So yeah, it goes hand in hand. I totally agree with you, Paris.
I got something to say about that. Like I kind of agree with what Paris is saying, but when it comes to the discipline thing, I find it really interesting. Like, we always want to talk about discipline from the perspective of like a man not having sex, right? Or like not pursuing a woman. But I feel like, or rather, I think that we never seem to elaborate on how much discipline it actually takes for a man to attain a woman. Like just when it comes to like the patience it takes to like keep pursuing, to set up dates, even just the discipline it takes to be able to be a good sexual partner as a man, that requires extreme discipline to not nut too quick. So it's like we love talking about discipline when it comes to a man not sleeping with a woman, but we don't talk about the discipline it takes for a man to even be able to sleep with a woman. If he's sleeping with women consistently, that means he's doing something with his body. He's probably taking care of his body in some way. He's probably taking care of his finances in some way. He's probably taking care of his grooming in some way. He probably knows how to articulate himself in some way if he's having this level of success with women. So I don't think we can judge and hold men accountable in the same way we do with women, because for men it actually takes discipline and skill to even attain women in the first place. So we always talking about like what happens after he exercised that discipline already to be able to get the women. Now we're saying he needs to have a new level of discipline to resist. And it's just like, to me, that doesn't make sense. It takes discipline to even get women in the first place. So you have to give him the credit for having that discipline to start with.
So what about
So I agree with you. I agree with you, Clout. And I think to Pierce's point, our past is gonna follow us. I think it does, right? But I think it does it in this way. Men's past kind of follows them the way a job resume does, where you increase your skill set as you travel through positions and you can get elevated through higher positions. Women's kind of follows them the way a prison record. Keyword positions, through the way a prison record would follow them, and it's usually held against them in the same way. So it does follow you, but in a different way, because there are men who are virgins, right? And they're typically a joke when people talk about them. They could be great men, but most women don't aspire to have a 40-year-old virgin as the man they date, whereas men would accept a 40-year-old virgin and potentially marry her specifically from that fact, garnering some other, key aspects that'll make it different. But the discipline it takes to build yourself up to the type of man that's able to get that many women or to acquire that many women, it's an immense amount of discipline that it's going to require to do that. So I think that using men's sexual discipline and not having sex with women, it's the opposite. So gender roles and double standards do exist, and I think unfortunately for women in this case, that is a specific gender role that exists, and it's historically going to be that way. To Cherish's point about how our bodies are set up, I mean, it's the biology of it. It is what it is.
Hold on.
Because are we talking about in a relationship or not?
I don't want men opting in and out of their. You can't opt in and out of your role when it's beneficial for you, and that's something we talk about for women all the time, right? Like if you get mad at him, that don't mean you can't take your ass in the kitchen and start cooking, because he could be mad at you, but rent still due on the first. He'll come Sunday. He still got to pay the rent. It don't matter how mad he is. You got to pay that bill. So I can't pick up and put down what I'm honoring for my title. And what I see often, men are saying, I'm a leader, you should respect me. I'm a provider, you should respect me. You should submit to my authority because I'm a man. You should honor this, that, and the third. But then you're telling me, control your sex, but you feel the need to get a trophy for your sex, simultaneously saying, well,
it's easier for you.
Women leave, I can do this, I can do that. You got to prove yourself to me for my money, this, that, and the third. So I'm coming in controlling my sex. I'm not embarrassing for you at all. I'm giving you everything you ask for. I'm submitting. I'm respecting your authority as a man. You telling me you a leader, this, that, and the third. But then you also telling me at will, whenever the fuck you get ready, you can slang dick, this, that, and way in the third. Nah, bro. Like, you can't tell me I'm a reflection of you. I'm your real. We're supposed to be moving in one accord. I'm right under you. Like, when they see me attached to you, like Mr. Let Go say, they know, oh, that's his girl. She's solid. She A1. But then you want the benefits of saying, I can do whatever the fuck I want because I'm a man. And it stops at I'm a man. If you can't exercise discipline and restraint, I ain't talking about you actually going to have sex with women. It's going to be women who want you regardless, bro. Like, black men are the most fetishized. A lot of that shit don't even apply to half of y'all when we talking about sex. Y'all are more well endowed, all of this extra shit. But when you're saying, oh, I get to sleep with whoever I want because it's in a man's nature. I get to do all of this. But then you also telling the woman that's supposed to be with you, you got to work hard for me. You got to do this. It's like, what the fuck am I doing all that for if you just gonna go whoever you want anyway. It don't even make sense. It's going in vain. Because you
And
tell
that-
me the
Well,
And that's the reason
so
why
look,
I
so
totally disagree with
let
Cloud
Trey
Jones.
get
Let me just say this. This is why I totally disagree with Cloud Jones. The man that's running around sleep with every woman walking is what y'all say is nasty. And he's not a leader. Like, discipline is discipline. You are who you are in every environment, and you are what you repeatedly do. So if you have access to all of these women, that's one thing. But if you smashing all of the women, that's a totally different thing. And you ain't got no discipline. And you
All right.
trash.
So any female who would say that they would really hold a man's sexual past against him, I think they're being completely disingenuous, right? I do understand that women don't want you to behave like that while you're in a relationship with them. But the problem is that most of the men that the women pursue or will at least show any love to are men who have access to many women, right? And those of us who dwell in the realm of reality understand that most men who can get women do get women. That's what they do for the most part. That's just how it goes. So you have to understand that it's a difference. Men are not going to appreciate that. Women, you have to deal with that. It is what it is. Men are going to always, the men that you want at least, right? Because everything that you're looking for dudes with status. You're looking for dudes with money. You're looking for dudes who have a look. All of these attributes are from men who have access to many women. And most of those men are going to take those opportunities. If he decides to make an agreement with you that he's going to go monogamous, that's cool. But you can't honestly say that you don't understand that this guy that every woman wants, you're not going to go for him. If we take a scenario, we just say, look, let's just go to the club. If I go to the club right now and then let's say the first chick I push up on just play me the hell out real bad, and it looks kind of crazy, it's over. I might as well just leave because you really can't recover from that. Now, let's just say there's a dude, he's dancing with a chick over here. You know what happens? This one want to jump on you. That one want to jump on you. This is real life. That's how it really works. Once a female see you hot, you're attractive, and other women want you, that's when they want you the most. That's just how women behave. And anybody could sit here and deny that, but most women actually behave like that. They're communal thinkers, and they say, look, he hot. I need him. Sometimes they don't even know why. They just know that other females want him. But guess what? When you're attracted to the dude that everybody wants, he's probably going to have some bodies. So you can't hold his past against him because that's the man that you want.
Wrong. And I'm gonna tell you
Wrong. Go ahead, Paris.
I can want the man that other women admire, right? Like we all see something in him. Like we Bluetooth connect. We naturally do it. I can want him, but he needs to be selective in that. Because if he was to fuck with a bird, that's gonna make me look at him crazy. I'm very
He's a
big
bird.
on, I don't like women. I don't like men who deal with white women. Like they feel like that they can interracially date, they can jump in and out, this, that, and the third. I don't give a damn how much money and status you got, bro. That don't look good. You'll never see me falling over a man who just all in love with, women who don't look like me. That's just not a thing, bro. Like, and then when you talk about black women, you got some black women that I would just be like, I never touch him now. He's stained. And I don't think a lot of y'all see that because a lot of times you guys are living in a different level of a privilege due to you being selected. Ain't nothing wrong with a man being desired. I want you to want. I want you to be wanted. There is a lot wrong with a man that's being tainted. I don't want nothing to do with that.
Because that goes hand in
You
hand.
dealing with a community hoe. And she sucked and fucked everybody, and all you did was smash the pass. You think just because you smashed the pass, it was cool? No.
Now that's true for virtuous women, right? But how many virtuous women are there? That's the problem. There's not many virtuous women.
Her husband is a terrible man. And just because she's Nicki Minaj does not mean she propagated her husband in a positive light. That nigga would never have women in his DMs trying to go back and forth, trying to love on it. No, it'll never happen. Women do not want the stigma of dealing with a nigga like Nicki Minaj's husband. or Safari for that matter. She don't even got no good track.
Safari stay with a chick. Safari stay with a chick though. Always.
But that's not the point though. Let me ask y'all a question.
Hold on, I think
That
Cherish
is the point.
Trying to say something to y'all.
Go ahead, Cherish. Go ahead, Cherish.
Oh, I was just saying, like, y'all want to be with a head turner too. Y'all want to be with the woman that everybody's trying to get at. Does that mean, oh, because anybody wants us, that we should just like go be with anybody? And it's like, oh no, it's okay because everybody wants me. No.
It's difficult.
No, men don't accept that. We can't compare men and women.
No, I get Cherish. I can make it a little more simple for you, right? The difference is what we both bring into a relationship in exchange for each other, typically with the sexual dynamic. So the equivalent of a woman getting the man that she wants would be a man being able to get the women that he wants in the sexual preference, because that's the thing that you all have access to and control, the sexual market, right? Entering into your body. But the man giving that relationship is still as a prize, because even if he had sex with all those women, he did not give them a relationship. You understand that how it does not correlate the same?
I understand that, but if you're trying to get a woman, that's even worse. Like that doesn't give me any security in you that like I'll be able to trust you.
So all right, to your next point, when you talked about monogamy being one thing, and then if you chose to live your life in another way and you were honest with somebody, I 100% agree with you, right? Men shouldn't be lying to trigger
I
women.
don't feel like anyone should be judged for their past, but I feel like if you're choosing to actively be in a relationship, there needs to be like a sit down of like what's cool, what's not cool, and things of that nature. Or if things are already established and then one day you wake up and decide, oh, like I want to do something, that should be talked about, and there should be a solution before you like cheat on the person. And I feel like
yeah, that's different. We was talking about a man's sexual past. That's the only reason why I brought up that point. That's different.
Yeah, well, we did start getting on the tangent of how it pertains to us. So I feel like there's like two conversations going on at like interchangeably, but as far as past, like I guess there are gender roles when it comes to past.
But when it comes to trust, it's not really this. It's not much.
One at a time.
Because if a man sleeps with a whole bunch of women, the woman that he finally chooses is going to have issues with that man, because you are what you repeatedly do. So if you don't practice a certain level of discipline when you're single, you're naturally going to have an issue with being with that one woman for a long term. It's a real thing.
This is a real thing.
Nope.
Tyrese Gibson. We watch this man slander his current wife that he's going through a divorce with. We watch him constantly do that. We watch him cry. We watch him look for sympathy. We watch him basically violate anything that they could have had in order to restore that particular union. For people who hold marriage in a high proximity, we watch him do that. Another example, men who post nudes or text messages. We don't want that. It don't matter how many women you have had, bro. It don't matter how attractive you are. Tyrese was a fucking sex symbol in the 90s. And just because there are women who are out there who may still sleep with him does not mean that there are women who are trying to aspire to be in the position of his ex-wife, Samantha. That is the difference. I don't think y'all see it the way that we see it, because y'all are still saying, oh, access to sex. No, your past and how you have mitigated sex and the things that you have done with those women matter. Samantha may be a terrible fucking person, but the fact that he even did that in regards to that, off the contingency of his experience with her, we would never fuck with it, bro. Like, again, for men who are constantly like posting women's news, or you post it, I don't care how fine you are, how many followers you got, this, that, and the third. I'm not gonna deal with you. That is
a messy dude.
That's different. Tyrese is literally was on psychiatric meds. It is different. That's a horrible example of a person to use. Tyrese
we ain't doing that. We're not doing that.
Tyrese, Come on, bro.
He's
That's
still
not
doing
it.
the
That
same
ain't
stuff
it.
now. He's not on meds now. He said it. He's
Oh,
still
so you
running around
think
doing
you
stupid
can
shit.
it just goes
Come on,
away
man.
when you stop taking the medicine? First off,
Yeah.
if you even
I'm
qualify to
doing,
take it,
look,
you're
I'm
not
doing
right in the
right.
mind. You can't use him as an example. He has so many other things wrong with his life
I'm
that
going
Okay,
by
so
his word.
a better question
His
would
words.
be
His words. That's his words. That's what he said. He's not on nothing, and he's still out here acting a damn fool.
but he said he
talking about
was,
mental
right?
illness.
He
Nothing to
qualified
do
to
with
take
him
them,
not-
right?
Yeah, that's a mental illness.
That's a bad example. Yeah,
it's
that's
not.
different.
To
You can't
me,
use that.
yeah.
You can't use somebody with mental illness.
All right, like I
Correct me
know,
if I'm wrong.
I know we haven't got Demi and Precious haven't been in a while, so go ahead, Demi.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask because I want to make sure, right? So for me, there's definitely what's the meaning of accountability, right? It's kind of like what Precious was saying. What's the meaning of accountability, or how will we hold men accountable? I think the part that folks are disagreeing on is, or not maybe on the same page about, is why you would hold a man accountable to his sexual past anyway. Like, what are you getting from that as a woman? Well, I think the consensus across the women is saying, like, this lets me know where you've been. Like, this lets me know the journey that you've been through to get where you are today, and some of those things I'm not okay with. And I think that's okay if that's what it is for a woman to be like, I don't want to deal with a guy based on what I know his past is. I think that's okay.
So I think what we're saying is, if you imagine two people, right? One having their mouth spitting and the other person doing the spitting. If you had 35 people spitting in your mouth, that's nasty. It's nasty for you to spit on people, but it's not the same as taking 35 wads of spit into your mouth. It is completely different what's occurring between men and women. We don't leave a relationship with deposit parts of your body stuck inside of us and dripping out of us and oozing into our DNA. It's not how it works with us. It's the same as me doing this 100,000 times. Like, if men are able to disassociate, men are able to disassociate sex from emotions. We do it all the time. The woman that gets the relationship receives emotions. Most men who sleep with a lot of women that get in relationships love a very small amount of women, is extremely selective when they do that. And that woman receives all the emotions. Plus, he does not have the same sexual actually, he gets more sexual discipline in a way because he's had so much experience that not everything phases him. It's completely different the experience you gain from being one of those men versus not being like that. A man, they say men usually are as faithful as their options. If you never had no options, get married, and then all of a sudden you got options, you might be in for some trouble. But if you had all the women you wanted, then chose a woman, and then more women come, you're like, I don't need that. It's completely different. Like, completely different.
Hey, hold on. We gotta get Precious. We gotta get Precious in there.
I agree with you on that, boy. I totally agree with you on that, bro. I
I agree with Marcus. I think women don't want to understand that there are just some things that there are double standards on, and we're not going to change it. We're not going to change it. So we shouldn't lose no sleep over it. We shouldn't be saying, well, you guys should be held accountable too, because we're held accountable. You should be too. You have to hold yourself accountable. But I do agree with Marcus in that, the woman who gets the relationship is definitely in a better regard or a better status than the woman who keeps complaining about the women that you have slept with. I do believe that if you continue to sleep with women and then you find a woman who is more than just someone that you can sleep with, more than somebody that you could just hang with every now and again, it may confuse you a little bit because it's like, dag, I've been running into all these women. I've been kicking it. We've been having a good time. She's not really requiring anything from me. So I'm just going to go with the flow. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. And then you run across one and you're like, I don't know if I want to keep doing what I'm doing. So I think that's a decision that a man makes when he is ready to make that decision. No woman can force him into making that decision. And until then, he's going to be a man and he's going to release where he releases.
Not release where he releases.
Yeah, I don't know where y'all getting these analogies from. Marcus, the chat wants to know where you getting your examples from.
What about the spit? I just made that up right now. But in regards to the other thing, it's biology. I mean, and even the way men die faster, right? We only got one life to live. It would make sense that we have all of these sperm to give, because if we're going to die within a year, we can impregnate as many people as we need to further evolution. But it just makes sense to me. It's biology. And through my experience, I found that I'm in better positions in relationships due to experience with women because I learned how to deal with personality types. I learned the skill it takes to listen to women and interpret it from a woman's mouth into how a man hears things, to hear what she's actually trying to say, then translate that again from how you think to how women hear things. That's a skill that you have to develop. A lot of men struggle with it, and that's why nuance seems to be a thing that does not get grasped fully within this space or in general with men, and why we have so much trouble with women in relationships. I hear how women speak because of my experience, and I literally know what they're trying to say, and I know what the response is, and I can filter it. That's not something you gain without dealing with women. It's just not. Unfortunately, double standard exists. It's real. It's biology, physiology, sociology. It's all of them. It all culminates to the same thing.
Hold on real quick. I want to play this clip. This is from 5 years ago. This is Brittany Renner.
My body count. I don't know why in like 2018 that's any of your fucking business or why it matters. But 24, 11 athletes, woo! 5 entertainers, woo! 8 regular guys. Woo! I've only fucked 3 regular guys since I've been Instagram famous because a lot of y'all run your fucking mouths too much. I don't want to be sending you a video 1 minute, the next minute I see me spreading eagle on the timeline playing with my pussy. In my experience, the worst people to deal with are the athletes. None of them use condoms, really. So if y'all really want to try to come up off a check off a man, I mean, you could just fuck an athlete.
Yeah, I just wanted to. That was 5 years ago. She did reveal.
Yep, that was one of the ones I was talking about.
For the record, I always use condoms. And look, pinch the tip and roll. That's the pinch the tip and roll.
He giving y'all some 1, 2, 3s, ABCs.
So look, I agree with Marcus, but I also agree with Paris was saying, and just staying on my stance. When we are out here smashing chicks left and right, to a certain degree, that is looked at as unfavorable, depending on who you are and what type of chicks you're smashing, right? Like I just moved into a subdivision, right? And just as an example, if my neighbors were to, every time they look out, they see a different chick walking in my house, right? And one day I go outside and want to meet the neighbors. Do you think they're going to want to meet me? No, they're going to be like, yo, get away from me because you nasty. Because you don't, you know what I'm saying? So overall, there's a certain amount of nastiness that is correlated with us also. So even though I agree with Marcus, what you're saying, Marcus, it makes sense. But there is a degree where it does get unfavorable, and to a certain degree, like, bro, chill out. That's all I'm saying. We got to have a certain amount of discipline at some point in our lives.
It don't have to be multiple women. It could just be one woman you bring over there and they still might say you nasty.
No, they see the same car or the same woman. They like, oh, that must be his girlfriend. But they see a different car every day or every 2 days, and there's a cute chick walking out the car. They're going to be like, yo, this nigga is out there. He crazy. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to follow a single man doing whatever the hell he want to do. But
no,
I think
just saying there's a certain level where it does get nasty.
Right. And I actually, to a degree, I agree with Marcus. We'll never see sex with men and women the same. That's not my argument. But should men be held to their sexual deviances? Absolutely, bro. Like, you can't, again, weaponize when it's beneficial for you in order to take on these roles where you want an honorary champion status, and then you try to recluse that when it benefits you to say you could be reckless, you could be dangerous, you could be this, that, and the third, solely because you're a man. So even then, like I said, I would look at you funny if you was fucking a woman like Alexis Scott. I would look at you funny if you was fucking a woman like Sexy Red. I would look at you funny if you was fucking a woman that had some form of a negative reputation, because that lets me know you got access, but your discernment is fucking terrible, especially when it comes to what you have control to. Like, it's other women around here that I'm sure want you. If she wanted you, you're not telling me, no, I'm not seeing you, bro. Like, That's not what that is. Women are very territorial, we very possessive. But I look at who you have slept with and make the determination to say, nah, he probably not. He ain't got no good common sense.
Yeah. So
The only way
I would say this real quick with the like as far as what women would not tolerate, right? Like if we go into like the context of the video where you're talking about doing something questionable, right? Like sword fighting, like you got two dudes in a room and then there's one chick. I think that if you were to tell chicks that that's the type of behavior you exhibit, that's what you practice, then they might not really want to rock with you because that's pretty questionable, right? So in that type of situation, when you know group sex or things like that, then people might be like, I don't really know, because now you know your risk factor is a lot higher, and you really don't know. Like now you're questioning their judgment because that's not things that your average dude is going to do, right? We're not going to engage in that type of activity. So there are certain things that women won't tolerate. And if you so happen to have anything that is non-hetero, then in your past, I'm pretty sure most women will hold you accountable. I will say that for sure. So that is the kind of a past that I know women will not tolerate and quite frankly shouldn't.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about that, Trev? That's the same analogy, because if you're an homosexual man, it's a good chance that you're getting spit in, back to that same analogy, right?
Paul.
So you get what I'm saying? It's the same correlation to that. The other thing is Paris. So I would agree with you with the Alexis Sky example, but in this regard, I would look at a man crazy if he got in a relationship with a porn star. I don't think, I wouldn't go have sex with a porn star, but if you did that, I wouldn't be looking at you crazy. I would look at you crazy once you decided to give her the thing you control as a porn star, and I would say you got terrible, terrible judgment.
Yeah, I'd ask him how was it.
Even me.
Yeah, if I smash Sexy Red, y'all won't be mad at me. I wouldn't,
Nah, you
but
could get
y'all
that.
won't be mad at me
If you wiped her, yeah.
We'd be looking at you
If I
like you
wiped
crazy.
her, then I'm crazy.
I'm very big on again making men honor themselves. I would never deal with a man who is in sex work. If he got OnlyFans, whether he did it with his girlfriend or not, I'd never do it. I'd never deal with the man who is in that form of like he Chippendale dancer. He wants to be a massage therapist, like those men who massage. I would never do it, bro. Like you grifting women. Like you are a what do you call it? A male chauvinist. Like your whole premise around everything you're doing is utilizing yourself as a sex symbol to get more women. So that lets me know just because you got access to them, you're not necessarily discerning what you sticking your dick in. You just like, I'm around a lot of women, I can do it, so I'm gonna do it. That's majority of the time what the connotation is coming off of. That's not you being selective to say, I know I'm this fly ass nigga. I know these bitches want me. I got money. I can do this, that, and the third. So let me just, figure out which one I'm gonna hit. And if you run into one or two who be messy, okay, cool. We can sever through that. But constantly like, oh, you around all these women and this is what your thing is, I would never do it. I don't give a damn if you had an OnlyFans with your girlfriend, y'all been together for 5 years. I don't want to do with you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and transit. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Just make sure we hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. How we doing, panel? We good? Better get into the main topic after these super chats. TO 35 times 2 plus 10 times 1 minus 0 equals real body count. So getting a little technical, a little bit of whatever that's called. Marcus Evans, $2 says, so is 500 bodies a high number? Caesar's Palace, $5. You guys have been programmed by women to think 30 to 40 is low. Remember, there was a time that 5 was high. Every few years, women make you guys raise it.
Because we're getting older. 5 was cool when we were like 21. So come on now.
Accountability partner, $5 says 35 at 31, 13 years of sex, almost 3 dicks a year. That's a lot of PPs. TL499, 35 men putting their dick in you is not a lot. She used and abused. Call her goodwill then. Marcus Evans, $10. The more a woman has that many bodies under her belt, it's going to be very hard for her to bond with her future husband psychologically, mentally, and spiritually. It destroys her value. TL499 says women defend hoes all day, then say I'm a relationship type of person. BZ, phony babies, $2. 35 bodies, you a walking Petri dish, nasty. Caesar's Palace, $5 pairs. Doesn't matter if girls get checked out when you guys keep messing with jailbirds and Ray Rays. Are we really going to believe she only had 35 dicks? AP accountability partner, $2 chairs. We're supposed to be on a pedestal. Accountability partners, $5. Mr. Let Go, did you build anything specifically, or are you simply enjoying the labor infrastructure that someone else built? Asking for a friend. TO199, men earning, women giving away, free giveaways. Ali, 499, women want the men that are the most desired and get sex. Men want the women who've given men the least access and had the least sex. It's nature. I'm not sure if men really want virgins. I know a virgin and she has not found the right person, but her standards are a little bit higher.
We do not want virgins.
Caesar's Palace, $5. I agree with Mr. Let Go. Just look at Ukraine. Those men are dying over there, and women are safe and sound. Men die to get to do what we want. And saying you won $2. If women value discipline, there'd be less single moms. Team Fatty says Don Marcus. Salute. BZ, $2 says for Cloud Jones microphone fund. So they're still at it.
Facts. Yo, Mike, bro.
Yo, that's a new mic, man. Listen, it's just the interface must be messed up or something. This mic.
You just sound like you sound like that.
Yeah, he sounds like that.
Yeah, it's
Angela
crazy.
Swift, member 2 months. Lapeef Network logo. Shout out to you, Angela. Caesar's Palace, $2. Paris. Women are spoils of war. It's not the same. Angela Swift, 1999. Lapeef Network. TO199. Women only like double standards when they benefit. Marcus Evans, $2. Cherish is trying to move the goalpost. Caesar's Palace again, $5. Marcus. That's smooth. Keep standing 10 toes down. Don't let these women try to make what men and women do the exact same. This is crazy. Marcus Evans, $2 says, talk Precious. That could be AP accountability partner, $5. Dumping Paris for Precious in this segment. You are right on, man. Don't worry, Paris. I still fox with you. You're super dope. Just wrong right now. TO499. Women shame men for not having sex. Now trying to shame men for having lots of sex. It's a control tactic. LOL. Some shots of the feminism is kicking in. Dark Relief, $5. Obviously, men have shown that they value their last name more than women value their box. And lastly, says that 200 bodies too much. I think everybody.
I have one comment about the whole jailbirds thing. I'm a former correction officer. Prisoners are some of the most well-kept, held people that they have to do by the law. So I can tell that man that never went to jail before. I don't play about stuff like that because Black men are wrongfully convicted and incarcerated at the highest level. Like, I think sometimes you guys should educate yourself, but that was a moment for education. Women dealing with jailbirds, they have to go get checked. They have to have medication. Their health needs have to be respected. So, yeah.
All right. Paradise Pairs with the disclaimer out there, so you guys know. Hit the like button, family. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. It's time to get into the main topic of the night, what we all been waiting for. Women are very powerful. Women are very powerful.
Ooh.
The segment is for you women. So let's go ahead and break it down. I'm going to play this clip, and then we're going to go ahead and dive into it. I do want to get to Christelle. I try to go to the people that has been most quietest first. So maybe I'll do a little different, but I am going to get you guys involved. So just be ready. All the long speakers, long-winded, just kind of like sit back a little bit. Let's try to get these people. I wasn't talking about Paris. Paris gets straight to the point. She usually wrap it up in like 90 seconds. It's you I'm concerned about, Mr. Let Go. You
I
take
ain't
two
even
breaths.
been saying nothing.
You've been saying a lot, bro. Like you don't say it when they call on you. You just talk over. When every time somebody talk, you just talk over them and just say, "Let me get this one thing." Anyhow, let's go.
To this whole segment.
Okay, here we go.
Very powerful. We're stronger physically, so it trick us to believe, yeah, motherfucker, it's a man's world. We're stronger physically, so it trick us to believe, yeah, motherfucker.
I'm taking it back, so make sure y'all paying attention. So this is the context right here. Let's go ahead and hop into it.
Women are very powerful. We're stronger physically, so it trick us to believe, yeah, motherfucker, it's a man's world. But you can't even be famous without women. You can't be successful without women. Women is the secret to success in life. And the women don't even know that. They don't know that they prayers. You know, when somebody go to the league, they always say, yeah, I had a praying grandma. How many niggas you heard say I had a praying granddad? Because subconsciously, we don't even know it because we're spirits. Subconsciously, we know subconsciously that the prayer of a woman is dangerous and is more powerful than ours. I say this off camera. This ain't I ain't one of them niggas get on the camera try to make women feel.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that's what I believe in my spiritual belief.
Women are more powerful. Yes, we look stronger. We are stronger physically, but they have other powers that we just can't do. You know what I'm saying? Especially bringing life into this world.
Come on,
that's
man.
Number one, bringing life into this world. That's just the most powerful thing. Like it wouldn't be a world.
All right, let's go ahead and dive into it. Women are very powerful. Women are very powerful. I'm gonna go ahead and go to you first, Clout Jones. What are your thoughts about that, sir? Do you agree, disagree? Let us hear your perspective, brother.
I mean, it would be foolish to disagree that women have power or, have influence or value. So I would never disagree with that. But the perspective they seem to be coming from, it sounds really like a real simpish kind of position, and I'm trying to take more from it than that. But to me, it just sounds like another dude that doesn't know how to think without coochie, and so he's just praising the coochie because in his mind that's the only thing that matters, because that's what he's obsessed with. He has no other goals, values. That's what seems to be the most important. And I mean, I get it. If you're one of those dudes that's the most important thing in your life at all times, then you're going to feel that way. You're going to feel like the woman is God to you, because to you she is. You can't survive or think or function without her. But to a man who has his own power, that it kind of sounds a little bit ridiculous. But at the same time, obviously a woman adds a lot to your life. Obviously it's great to have a woman in your life. I could never argue against that. I just feel like the perspective they were coming from sounded a little off, but I could be wrong.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that, Clout. I thought from that comment that you put in before everybody came up, I thought you was in. Okay. Demi, what are your thoughts about that? Women are very powerful.
Yeah, like being a spiritual person, I can hear where he's coming from. In fact, I think that's why a lot of women have trouble getting along, because there's something about two women that are in agreement. Like, women can get a lot of stuff done. Not saying anything about men, but just speaking to women and our abilities. Also the discernment, it's like crazy. Men have it, but women have it. And like, we can really like advise the guys, like literally as a help if they're by your side. And then just like he mentioned, strong women, mothers, aunts, grandmothers. I mean, having that wisdom is invaluable. So yeah, I think women are very powerful.
Okay, go ahead, Trev Smooth. What are your thoughts about it?
I was kind of weirded out by it. Not the guy with the beard, but the other guy. Generally, how he speaks about women, I was surprised he would even say that. I've heard some of his other conversations. It was definitely very different from that. He's like stone cold player type. Like, I don't even know how that even manifested. However, I'll get to the point. So, you can't deny the power of women, right? I'll just speak from my experience. Demi definitely mentioned a very good thing is discernment. Now, women are particularly, I may be apprehensive or let's say skeptical towards other people. So sometimes it might be a false alarm, but there was definitely some situations where she may have noticed some things that I did not notice on my own. And at least it would bring my attention to it. Then I'll say, okay, well, at least I'll give this a look, see what's going on. And turns out that, yeah, that person that she talked about was not right. And sometimes you find out later. Women definitely help support you. I don't feel like I would not be successful at all if it were not for a woman. But I'm going to tell you that for sure it will absolutely add to your life. Women, if you have your own discernment enough to choose the right woman, she can take you, or at least support you to where you can get to another level and take the unit to another level. It's a great feeling when you do have a great support system, just because they offer so many things that you can't. Particularly, let's say, even if we said like raising children, that's just a thing that you really need both parents for, right? There's certain things that men offer, but definitely certain things that women, that level of femininity for them, that nourishment, right? That only women can provide to the child. And it's a very necessary thing. Just that motivation, right? If you have the right woman behind you, or let's say beside you, however you want to call her, the right woman with you, then that support system is different, right? She can help to motivate you. She can put light into you. So there's definitely something to what they're saying. I can definitely understand why they would say that, because women can definitely add value to your life if you choose wisely. I'll put that caveat in there.
All right. Go ahead, Precious.
Women are very powerful. I believe that women are only powerful when they are in tune with the higher power. If you're not in tune with the higher power, I don't think you're very powerful. I think that you're just a woman operating in your own being, and I don't know if you are aware of what you are offering a man or what you should be offering a man. It says that men who um, find a wife, they obtain favor from God. So you have to know that you're powerful if when you join with the right woman, like Trev was saying, that you're going to obtain favor from God. And a lot of people may not believe that, or they may think it's just talk, but joining with the right woman can elevate you in so many areas. Women are created to be helpmates. So yeah, you may have a vision, you may have already created whatever you're, working on. But when you bring the right woman into that, then you're only going to go higher. You're only going to, be elevated. But again, that's only with the right woman. And I think that a lot of women don't tap into that power. They think that their power is between their legs. But honestly, with women, wisdom is power. And so if you're not operating in wisdom, if you don't operate in some type of discernment with God, then you're not going to be powerful. And that's how I feel about it.
All right. Go ahead, Cherish. What are your thoughts about it, man?
There are definitely so many reasons that women are inherently powerful. If I could say a few outside of what's already been said, I would say definitely our wombs. None of us would be here without women. And of course, from a more spiritual perspective, we are literally the portal between creation and destruction. Like, we are the portal between the cosmos and Earth, like the portal of life coming into Earth. And that's more of the macro scale. On a micro scale, when it comes to manifestation and our intuition, all of those things are going to be super potent for us. Of course, if you are connected to a higher power, all of that stuff is amplified if you know what you're doing and you have that connection, which naturally is going to trickle down to your relationships. Anyone that you're in contact with, we naturally alchemize and transmute energy. And anything that you give us, we're going to multiply it. We're going to make something beautiful of it. And like I said, destruction as well. So if you give us something like negative, there is a possibility that we can amplify that too. We can turn a negative into a positive, or we can make a negative more of a negative, or a positive more of a positive. So it's really all a gamble, which goes into choosing the right woman. But yes, also, to talk about another topic when it comes to women, something powerful would be if you look at like nightlife and stuff. I know a lot of men like to flex and pop bottles and all of this, but it's like none of that would really be worth it without the women. Like we make it a like thing. Like we're nice to look at, we're dancing, we're having fun, like we're being ourselves, and it's making the whole experience worth like being there, you know, in a way. Um, but yeah, those are just a few that come to mind.
Okay. Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, so just judging by the definition of the word powerful, having control and influence over people and events. And it's like 6 types of power, right? So you got reward power, coercive power, legitimate power, referent power, expert power, and informational power, right? So the coercive would be the ability to punish others for not complying with what you want. I don't think that women usually, when we think of coercive power, we think of women as the domineering physical force that's going to do that. But they do have the ability to stop you from having kids, right? And that's one of the most powerful things you can do is gatekeep who comes into this life or not, or who gets sex or not. So absolutely, they hit that one, right? Then you got coercive power, the ability to punish or threaten others for not complying with their wishes or instructions. Back to the kids, they have the ability to not allow you to have those kids or to give you sex. So absolutely, they hit that metric. Then you got legitimate power, the power that comes from a role or position that is recognized as authoritative. Now, in this one, it gets a little tricky, but they still maintain power within the house because if you use in a biblical sense, it would be God, man, wife, right? And then everything under her, everything under you falls under her, and everything under that, she's in charge now. So in that right, she controls how the authority, how the legitimate power will be displayed in the house from that aspect after the husband. Then you got referent power, the power that comes from being liked, respected, or admired by others. I think that's one of the most powerful things women have if they utilize it correctly. Because you can move mountains by being liked. You can move mountains by people wanting to help you, wanting to assist you, right? That feeds into the expert power, right? Having the knowledge that's valued by others. So a woman that's in tune with herself, you could say spiritually, emotionally, has the information of love to give to those around her, right? And as men, we might not be in tune and in touch with those things, but I think a great woman can pull those things out of you and pour that into you, so you get completed in a yin and yang type of way. And the last one would be informational power, the power that comes from having access or control over information that others need or want. They are tasked with muting culture into the next generation of people. So just based off the 6 metrics of power, yeah, women are immensely powerful, but it has to be utilized correctly. The way women lose their power is when they attempt to become men and use domineering force to fight others, to not be liked, and to try and be the, like, all the things that men typically can gain success from, by women adopting those characteristics in mass. Now there are examples when it does work, but that is the minute example. But all the other ways you can have power by proxy or power just by being feminine, women are immensely powerful.
All right, go ahead, Paradise.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like the video. I don't really think that those men were being genuine in their recognition of what women's power are, because you talked about spirituality. That look different for a lot of people. People be praising and worshiping a lot of different things and false idols. And I mean, what makes a woman powerful to me, or even, talking about my ability to procreate. Well, what about the women who can't? Or what about the fact that my procreation is more so prevalent for the type of person I could be to the child that I made, as opposed to you? Like my nurturing, all of that stuff like that. Like you oversee me do it, but you don't really benefit from it directly. I think what is the most powerful thing, me personally, that women can do is show how much restraint that they have. How much can they fight through the fire? I think that that's the most powerful thing women can do. But when we start denoting it down to the willpower of having sex, or can she pray, or it's like I know some hypocrites sitting in the church that walk with the devil every day. And I know some women out here rubbing rocks and they trying to, do shadow work to make a man love them. But it ain't genuine. She don't really know a real God. She know a fallacy. So I don't think that we actually are giving the right type of conversation to it. And I also feel like that nowadays men don't really know how to actually appreciate the value of a woman if it ain't deduced down to her being nurturing, caring, or communion. Like this specific individual, what is it that's beautiful about that specific individual? Like as a woman, when you're not talking about her not being accountable, when you're not talking about her body count or how she carry herself or things that she's, going into, like what does that look like when you're not looking to control the narrative of what you idealize a woman to be? And I don't hear that often. I don't hear that often at all. So, yeah, I think we need to start talking about the power of a woman is her to be able to withstand a lot of trials and tribulations and don't fold. I think that that's a beautiful thing when she can stand by her man, regardless of whether she weathers the storm. She don't give up. She don't quit. She don't throw in the towel because that would show her faithfulness, which goes back to her spirituality. That would show her being able to show commitment, show discipline, and that would be something that you need to have in your motherhood. How can you show up in times where shit is hard? But the rest of it means nothing to me.
MLG. Are women powerful? Very powerful.
All right, so family is what's powerful. Women are powerful parts and aspects of said family. All right. And that's the biggest thing that I got from that. Women alone aren't powerful without the help of a man. Men alone aren't powerful without the help of women. Community is powerful. So when we look at this, I want y'all to think about what actually can be looked at as powerful. The young people running around tearing up Philly. The young people running around killing each other in Chicago. The majority of these young people are raised by the women. So when you look at power, what is it, a positive power or is it a negative power? Because I promise you, if the majority of these young people run around tearing up these cities, shooting people, breaking into cars, tearing up shit, killing people, if these children had fathers, they wouldn't be doing all this shit. So not taking anything away from women being powerful, but what I'm saying is you're not powerful without the backing of a strong man. It's like a wall socket and a TV. The TV can't do shit without the wall socket, and the wall socket is just going to sit there without nothing to plug into it. So we got to get away from this stupid woman empowerment shit by making women God. And no, we are all together powerful, not alone powerful. We ain't shit without the other side, period. Because you can easily look at all these damn people out here shooting and killing everybody. They are mainly raised by women. So if they are powerful to a certain degree, they're powerful in a negative aspect.
Mr. Lego, in the definitions that I was reading about what powerful is, all of those were contingent on being with someone else. Actually, when I think about it.
I love it. Yeah. So family is powerful. We got to stop this bullshit, y'all. And when it comes to having a baby, you can't have a damn baby without a man. So it goes back to that. We are powerful, not women. We, family, community. You need to stop this bullshit.
Go ahead, Cherish.
Okay. When we look at the word powerful, there's a few other words around it, maybe like empowerment. I just personally feel like kind of like what Pierce was saying, outside of how you can serve or impact another person, just as a human, you know, not to always be spiritual, but like we have spirits, like Earth is a school. We come here to learn emotions and limitations. But as a soul in a human body, we come here like you come here alone. And while community, family, like we're a communal species, that's all fine. We need each other. I'm not saying be hyper independent, but I am saying as a soul, you are powerful and you have a job, you have an assignment, you have happiness and pleasure and all these different emotions and things that you come here to learn. And the question was about women. So, in pertaining to women, outside of how we can serve another person, outside of how we can impact another person, just women, like who we are, when you think of a woman, you probably think of feminine traits. So, when we think of feminine traits outside of serving, maybe we think of course, expressing emotions. We talked about that earlier. We maybe think of like some bubbly energy, something fun, maybe something, like I said, that knows how to transmute energy from negative to positive. I feel like there's many ways that anybody or anything can be powerful outside of a unit. And I feel like it really takes holes to be in a unit. You want to be whole on your own, at least to some extent. And I think the narrative that you're pushing, which none of us are perfect, but I feel like the narrative that you're pushing is that we are fragmented, or that we kind of like don't really have any value or power until we come together. And I just feel like that's false. Of course, there's always going to be more when you come together, always going to be more. But I feel like the first step, before you can even attract or like manifest the right partner or the right family, you have to have some sort of foundation and power within yourself, man or woman. But the question was about women.
But where does that come from, though? A mentor, a parent, a
No, that's
community
something that you
leader?
derive within yourself. That is self-culture. Of
We
course,
all
you have
we
Hold on,
God.
Lego. Hold on, Lego. You gotta let her finish, Lego. Let her finish.
wait, go ahead. Go ahead. We all go ahead. Cherish.
I just personally believe that outside of reading a book, watching a video, having a mentor, or like a parent that showed you the way,
Parent.
outside of those things, I feel like, which if you understand energy or God or the universe or whatever you want to call it, that is like a light or a flame that burns inside of you. Outside of like any external circumstances, life is an inside job. You can't cheat that. So I believe that you can cultivate that power alone, unprovoked from anything else outside of you. Now, other things can help, they can add to the pot, but I do believe and know from firsthand experience that can come from the inside out
Did you
versus
have a father?
outside pouring in.
Did you have a
Do I
father?
have a father?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's part of where your power comes from, your family, your mother and your father. So that's what I was saying. We are not powerful. We are valuable. You said the word value. We have value, and value is something that you can like get out of somebody by coming around them. But when you look at value, a diamond just laying on the ground doesn't have value until somebody picks up the diamond and utilizes the diamond. Gold, gas for your car isn't valuable until somebody puts the gas inside of the car. So nothing to a certain degree is really valuable until it's put to use. And it goes back to the need for another person. So altogether, I'm against individualism, and I think the woman empowerment bullcrap is always finding a way to make women feel like they are powerful by themselves. You are not. You
Well,
are.
that doesn't mean
I just want
my
to say this
power
last thing.
doesn't mean that you're
Hold on.
not.
I just want to say this. Women are conduits. All right. You are a beautiful, powerful conduit. But you alone are not powerful. You are valuable, but you are not powerful. We need each other. We are conduits to each other. You need another person to make you powerful. Same thing with us. We ain't shit without y'all.
I understand that. I see people commenting like, "Oh, I lived this perfect life. I had 2 parents." No,
Hold on. You gotta
I
stay at
did
the
not.
you gotta stay at the comment. Don't worry about the comment.
Okay, well, that's fine. But I know you did ask, "Do I have a father?" Yes, I have a father,
He
but
made you
I don't.
powerful.
What?
He made you powerful. That
Okay, well,
dynamic
I
between
don't
your
know
mom and dad
him,
made you powerful.
so I don't know him, and I would just like to say we can agree to disagree, and that's fine.
Okay.
So I just want to go back to the definition of powerful: having control or influence over people and events. If there is no people or no events to influence, then you can't exercise power. There
There's no
has to be.
power.
That's why you need more people in order to exercise power.
Thank you.
So,
I think we're not being honest when we
Thank
talk
you, bro.
about what one of women's greatest source of power is, and one of women's greatest source of two of the greatest sources of power. Two things that I think people are afraid to say for whatever reason, but it's beauty and pleasure. Like if we want to be honest, those are really women's superpowers. A lot of the other things that we like to attribute to women as their powers are actually things that are male powers. Like for example, I heard someone say something about children, or like a man has to have desire for you first in order to even place a child into your womb. Your womb doesn't do anything, which is why every month it expels itself, because it cannot do anything unless it's filled with a seed. So
It
I feel
actually
like
dies.
we give a lot of women the credit for childbirth and for the credit for reproducing children and procreation, when procreation starts with male lust. No matter what way you shake it, if a dick don't get hard, children don't get born. It starts with the phallus. I don't know why we keep pretending as though somehow women are creating these children when the children are being created in the mind of the man when he desires the woman. That's where the child starts. Even if you look at how sperm functions, sperm move, eggs don't. Sperm think, they make decisions, eggs don't. The egg can't even move through the body without being pushed by the fallopian tube. It literally has no ability to move, no ability to think, no ability to make decisions. So we got to stop taking things that are actually male powers and attributing them to females, because that doesn't make sense. They're women's power, and I think a lot of women know this, which is why looks, beauty, and all these things are so important. Women's two superpowers are the ability to provide beauty and the ability to provide pleasure.
Women are conduits. Facts.
Okay, but the question wasn't who's more powerful. The question
Well,
was
no,
simply
that's not his point, Cherish. I actually agree with Clout, because I got an issue when the narrative is she powerful because she can have kids.
Exactly.
Okay, then like I got an issue with that, because okay, what the heck? What if I don't want kids? Now you telling me that me learning to respect you, me learning to honor you, me learning to help platform you, me learning to put you in a better position don't reap a form of power, right? Like me supporting you, like I can't utilize the sense of power somewhere else. Because again, you brought up earlier, Cherish, about us having beauty and men dealing with women with beauty and how they see that as a form of status. That is power for men. Like,
yes, I feel like many things are true here. Many things are true
anytime
here.
men refer to Savannah James, the first thing they say is respectfully, because they're talking about her beauty. This is not a woman who's, hypersexual or she's a deviant or anything. They say respectfully because they feel like she's a beautiful woman. Like she is definitely a hierarchy of beauty. But I have to agree with Clout. Like women get power with our beauty and with, us being able to provide pleasure, which is why so many women are confused that whores are like whores are not cream of the crop. they get a lot of extra attention because of the fact that the whole premise of them is centered around being pleasurable for men who want the willpower to have sex whenever, however, wherever. So I have to agree with you. I didn't like the video. The video definitely put me in a negative state because it came off as falsehood. It came off as pandering. That video was very much so watered down, and Trev is actually right. That second speaker, his ass didn't even believe nothing he said. That's why he had to come up with the fact of we have fucking babies.
Yeah, I noticed when I noticed that you had said that the first time, Paris, like it's more so for you about how much a woman can withstand. I just want to say though, I mean, I think this to me is just really speaking volumes to how important it is for women to know and understand what their role is, because a woman is powerful, point blank period, whether she uses it, no matter how she uses it. When you were speaking, Cherish, I saw like a forest, and then so there's one acorn. One acorn is going to give you one tree, and that one tree has the power to do all that but it has all of that power even in acorn form. So I'm going to stick with the whole women are powerful thing.
But we're not
But
acorns.
yes, just like
You need
definitely.
a man
And
to create
so
a baby.
right, so that's why it's important for women. My point is that's why it's important for women to know and understand their role, because we are powerful and we are going to be pushing the men and the women in our lives either in a negative direction or a positive direction, depending on our understanding and usage of our power.
I just don't understand the acorn thing. I don't understand. Y'all need.
She's saying that an acorn is an acorn, but when it grows into a tree, it once was an acorn, so it had the potential to grow into a tree. Like a tree is living in that acorn. It just has
It's
to
an
grow.
inherent energy. It's that is a seed.
It's a seed.
So we're gonna take away
Where did the seed come from?
The water, the sunlight. We're gonna take away all.
No, it's not that. That's
or
not the
we gonna
point.
give it to the seed?
The point is, you're saying it as though it takes a whole community for one person to be powerful. It takes a community for one person to make a difference in that community. If they were never introduced to that community, they could never make an impact there. But it doesn't change the fact that I have the power or the potential to be impactful just because I haven't reached those people yet. That doesn't change my power. Yeah.
And it's nothing wrong with that. We're not taking anything away from y'all. I personally am just against individualism. So this is a personal thing with me. I'm not really going against y'all. I'm going against the actual video. And I think what we end up having a problem with, especially on social media, men make money off of women. So the more men pander to women, the more money they make. And it's destructive to our women, because the more we empower women to be independent and powerful, the more they innately end up feeling like, y'all love to say it, y'all don't need a man. And then y'all go to college, get degrees, which is okay. And then you end up forget about family. And now you're 36 years old and with no kids, or with a child, out of wedlock, wondering what happened. So my whole point in anything I always say is to simply promote community and family and not this woman empowerment stuff. We don't have men empowerment. It's mainly women empowerment.
I don't think y'all are already the default. It's kind of like when you think of Black Lives Matter, like we need that empowerment because we've been oppressed.
We all were.
Well, I don't think it's women empowerment. I think it's acknowledging just a woman in general. And
that's empowering to me. But
well, saying women are powerful is women empowerment. If you just think women are valuable, that's one thing about encouraging and acknowledging women that, you do matter. Y'all are valued. Like, and Cheryl said valuable. So women are valuable, women are needed. But when you use the word powerful, that is synonymous with
what does that just sound like?
Empowerment, women empowerment.
Intimidating or like?
So I'm having trouble with this too, because so if I think of like Joe Biden, right? He is physically frail, right? He might fall down the stairs and hurt himself at any time. However, in his frail state, he is still the most powerful person in the world, which leads me back to influence. But you still need to be able to exert that power, even if it's just through the influence you have for other people that are physically powerful. Your influence is more power than their physicality. So that's where I'm deriving that the women are powerful from, the influence they have over others. It could be two men about to fight, or two men in a bar. A man hits on a woman that he's much larger than, but her man is much larger than him. Her influence over that relationship allows her to exert the power of the stronger person on her, on him, onto the other guy, if you know what I'm saying. So you absolutely have to be able to exert it somewhere, influence something for it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a child, but you have to influence something to exert power, to wield power. It has to be influential or a substantial change to something.
I think women have power without men being present. I think that that's possible, but I also think that we see it in its boldest form when men are in the equation. I think that that's the difference, right? Like we see that it's men right now who would kill you over a woman, right? Like it's men who are fighting tooth and nail to call a child. They didn't even procreate their own child because of their attachment to a woman. It's men right now that will fight you tooth and nail about women having certain rights or them being oppressed, and they will negate everything else that men have experienced just to advocate on behalf of women for their idealism of women. And women are just existing. We're not making men behave this way. We're just existing. That's power in itself. But it does denote back down to beauty. It does denote back down to a man's lust. It does denote back down to her having some form of pleasurable desire that she can wheelhouse to him. And it also denotes back down to her being able to do something for him. And until women learn to accept, majority of men's love language is acts of service, what we can do for them, then it's always going to be hard to receive. That's just the honest to God truth. Most men, if you ask them what they want from a woman, they will tell you they want someone who can help lift the load. It ain't got nothing to do with, the pretty, the X, Y, and Z. That may look different. He may not be talking about your money, but he may be talking about it in a different facet. Like, come along, don't be a burden, be, help with the load, whatever that looks like. And a lot of us have a difficulty with that because it doesn't stroke our ego. It doesn't come out in praise, but it also don't negate our power.
And Marcus says something about influence, right? Influence. And I brought up all these fatherless kids running around tearing up our cities, no matter what major city we're in, right? And the main reason why they're tearing up cities and shooting people and killing people is because they don't have fathers. So the way I look at it is the opposite. There's a lack of influence in these young men that are being raised by women instead of men. There's a lack of power. There's a lack of influence. There's a lack because these children wouldn't be running wild, killing people like they're doing if there were fathers in the household. So there's a lack of influence. There's a lack of power in the offspring of these powerful women. So if they were so powerful, these children wouldn't be so screwed up.
So, Mr. Lego, using that same concept, so I come from a neighborhood where at one point in time when I was like 16, it was girls who wouldn't talk to you if they didn't know about an active shooting, right? Knowing that and wanting that girl would make her influence over you more powerful than, say, the family structure or whoever tried to tell you right from wrong. So she's exerting the power to influence you to act and behave negatively in order to attract that type of woman. Again, circling back to her having that type of power, even though the mom, okay.
If I had a father in my life, okay, my dad would teach me right from wrong. I wouldn't want to even be in that neighborhood of the active shooter. I wouldn't want to be friends with a shooter. I wouldn't want to sleep with that girl that has that type of stupid dysfunctional requirement of me, because my dad is going to be like, yo, no, do you remember what happened on Boys in the Hood when what's his name went back to see his daddy? His whole life changed. We need daddies. We wouldn't be around these dumbass women having these stupid ass requirements of shooting somebody in order to smash if we had dads.
So I agree with you, but again, that jumps back to the point of if she can convince you to go against the influence that you currently have, she has more. No, she should not be able to. But in reality, men are convinced to do stupid stuff all the time for the love of women. All the time, bro. They be convinced to do some real stupid stuff, like really, really dumb.
But it
You gotta
starts
keep.
by our lack of influence at home. Am I wrong?
No, I agree with you. But in certain cases, women can even reach in there because the influence can be done.
Okay.
There are a lot of homes that are led by women where the kids aren't successful. But I will say there are studies that show that when, like when a man is, that there are more well-rounded children doing, who are doing well, like who are successful, that are raised by men, than by women. It's out there in the studies.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm
But
saying.
I will say that to your point, Demi, that came over time of watching other people have a terrible experience while you were going through the same thing, right? Like if you were a single mom and then like Cherish became a single mom and your child ended up, quote unquote, and I'm just hypothetically going to jail for years because you were always working elsewhere. She may decide, oh, okay, me being an entrepreneur would probably be the best route to dedicate more time to my child so that they can avoid this. Like that's how that came about, where women who were already running a household were able to have a little bit more control and say so, because we saw, like growing up, the lack thereof, women working 2 jobs. And, like they weren't around for the kids. There was a lot of neglect, this, that, and the third. So we're seeing it shift, but the point is, like, we still do need fathers, because the same way that we see that is a possibility, we also see that women are complaining about them being over sexualized, but they're buying, little girls very provocative prom dresses. We are complaining about, them being respected for their regular beauty, but they're also encouraging and promoting girls at 18. We've seen a woman who signed off on her 16-year-old to get a BBL. But you're going to get this with the idea of it being natural, but then you're complaining about men, respecting your natural beauty. And a lot of times what we find is a woman don't have those type of confident issues when it's a man already there reinforcing that. A lot of times it's a lack thereof when it's a woman solely giving a woman because she's enabling a false equivalency of beauty.
All right. And then final thoughts on this? Anybody want to close out?
I'll say women are powerful with the as a conduit to men. I don't want to take that away from y'all. I don't want y'all to feel like y'all aren't powerful. Y'all are valuable. Y'all are needed. This is not anti-women. I am just anti-women empowerment. That's all.
So let go with that. Just so everybody's clear on it, you would say that. Would you say that men are powerful without the presence of women? Then, in that sense.
Overall, we wouldn't have anybody to serve. So it'd be like a whole bunch of police officers with no crime. We'll just be sitting around looking stupid, eating donuts with nothing to do. It'd be
so no one's powerful as without the opposite sex.
Powerful.
Okay.
With nobody's powerful.
We need each other, right? Let go.
That's a fact.
See, we kind of ended on a positive note, man.
Kind of.
Damn,
I disagree a little. I disagree with that. I disagree with that a bit, because let's just say, all right, you know how the Army was back in the day, right? There wasn't really any presence of women, and in that particular realm, you have a whole bunch of rankings with all different levels of power. So, with even there's been plenty of armies. There's been plenty of establishments that just didn't have the opposite sex, and there was always still a pecking order. There's always still power dynamics, no matter what the situation is.
The key word was power. That wasn't power. That was hierarchy. I didn't say there's no hierarchy. I say there's no power without the opposite sex. There's hierarchy. There's value. There's all these other things, but there's no power without the opposite sex, because there's no meaning of life What the hell are we doing? Why would we go to war if there's no meaning of life? Without women, there would be no meaning to still be alive. What are we doing? So that is like I said, if it's a diamond on the ground and nobody sees it, that diamond is nothing. There's no power. If it's a generator that nobody needs, that generator has potential power, but it's not powerful. We need each other to be conduits to each other in order to serve and protect and love and to cherish and to make babies and all that. That's where the power is. We got to get away from this individualism shit.
I agree with you so much on that point that I'm not going to even make the counter argument about men being powerful by themselves. I just agree with you, Mr. Lego, so I'll leave it there.
Unless they're gay.
Whoa. Why we got to bring it to that? Hey, Marcus, did you say you disagree or you agreed?
I'm saying I agree with that point so much so that I'm not going to make the counter argument about men being powerful just being men. But it's all right, never mind.
Unless they're gay.
I don't know, man. I mean, just take it. I know we always talk. I talk to Trevor about this. Like, everybody always complain when certain women come on the panel, but they ain't got no women on the panel. It's kind of boring.
Exactly. Imagine a panel with no women. I wouldn't be here. I literally would not be here.
Hold on. Don't talk about King Talk now.
No, because I was
going to say, y'all have King Talk. I think it's a different dynamic. Yeah, it's just a different dynamic to have women.
Women be in
If the Lapeef Network was just King Talk, it'd be cool. But I think people appreciate the dynamic.
The women
no, it definitely hit different.
The women in the chat.
It definitely hit different.
King Talk be having a number of women in the chat. So that's a difference. I'm just saying.
I think the difference is like women don't mind being in men's spaces, but even when men are amongst other men, women are still at the premise somewhere. Like y'all don't have whole conversations and never bring up women or mention what women do or how we influence you guys or we impact you. That's power in itself. We ain't even around, but we are always a part of the conversation.
Wow.
Y'all are, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that. We love y'all. We need y'all. We just want y'all to come back home to us and stop trying to make us feel like we ain't shit and y'all don't need us. That's all I'm saying.
Well, y'all gotta do that in a way where you're not trying to punish us because we're not doing the things that you don't want us to do and meet us halfway. And that's where I had the biggest issue with the whole video. Like what I hear when men talk about their appreciation for women is only down to, okay, she listens. Okay, she can have a baby. Okay, she know how to cook. She know how to, and it's like, do you actually enjoy a woman, or do you just need somebody to help, like, service you when it gets you? That's where I have the issue. Like, I don't really hear videos, even when men are pandering, where they're actually talking about something that a woman can do that sounds like they actually want the woman as opposed to the servitude the woman provides. And even when they say, oh, she makes a house a home, by doing what exactly though? Like, I just show up. There's no instruction for me here. Like, how am I appeasing your life? These are the same men that are saying, you don't even want to cry around us. You don't even want to be vulnerable around us. You don't want too much of anything. I gotta prove myself to you. I don't get the say that you can't have sex with all these other women once you monogamous with me. I don't get much authority. So what am I here for?
I agree. Women are assets. In my opinion, women are assets, and it's not just about cooking and cleaning. In my life, I don't give a damn about no cooking and cleaning. Like, we gonna plan. Like, what do you think about this? Like, I need a woman that can see past what I got going on and see my blind spots. I don't care about no cooking and cleaning. I cook. I don't care about the mess.
The other thing is, like we talked about it earlier, men don't have the most expressive emotional language, right? So when we talk about the things that women can provide for us, we can list a few of the tangibles, but a lot of that stuff is a feeling or an experience that really doesn't have a tangible definition that you can really pin down. So women provide immense value, but to describe it, you just have to be in the moment. to really experience it, or in that life to really experience it. So it becomes difficult for men to do it. We had a conversation where they was asking about what's the benefit of marriage, and I was trying my damnedest to describe why being with a woman long term like that was beneficial. But ultimately, if you're not in that position, it's one of the things you got to experience. So it becomes difficult at that point.
I agree,
It's like
and I will
explaining
say
what that.
this. So this don't take away or that doesn't erase the women who only think of men as a team. So I don't want that to be misconstrued at all. We know that there are women out here who only see you as a financial sponsor, right? I'm not talking about them. I'm just saying in general, I don't give a damn if it's a panderer, and I don't give a damn if it's just a regular man. When you're talking about what you want from women or what you need from women, it always denotes back to what can she do for me, as opposed to you just genuinely wanting the companionship of a woman. Even when you weaponize the male friends and you say women can't have platonic friends, but there have been several times me and Precious ourselves have sat on this panel and we spoke to the value of the man, and it went far past his wallet, it went far past his looks, and it went far past him being able to sling iron in his pants. It went far past. But I
You always
don't.
say two things with men: provide and protect. Those are both things he does, not things that are inherent to who he is. So why are we trying to pretend that the same thing doesn't apply to men?
Well, that's not what I'm saying, Clout. That's why I made the disclaimer. So how did you get offended? Where did you miss that? You typically hear very well.
I'm not offended. I'm just challenging the point.
I was very clear in saying I don't want to denote men down to having just their resources. I don't want to denote men down to just simply them being financial sponsors. I was very clear in removing that idea, because we know there are a lot of women who got platforms. They speak up and they go to, well, this is all a man is good for. And I countered that by saying there have been several conversations where Precious and myself have mentioned the value of a man that never went to your money, never went to your looks, and never went to your third leg. But we don't hear that from y'all.
I never heard those. I got to hear those now.
Now you lying.
So let's get that to them, y'all. Like I said, to me, women are assets, and it's not about cooking and cleaning or sex or nothing like that. Like the women I've been around have the best ideas. Like, as an example, a woman literally said on Instagram, I make shareable content, but if you talk in a way where a woman can actually make a video off of it and just sitting there listening. Y'all ever seen somebody like a preacher saying something and a woman is just sitting there going like this or pointing? And she was like, you don't make content like that. And I was like, I never thought about that. And then I went to like my guy Ace Metaphor, and she was like, look at this. And all the women just like this. And she said, make content like that. And I was like, yo, I never thought about that. As an example, came from a woman. Ideas. Women have the best ideas.
So did you start making content like that?
I haven't posted yet. I ain't posted nothing on Instagram because I'm like, I'm making changes now. I ain't even posted nothing on Instagram in about a good 6 days because of that.
Okay, so
still low-key,
tomorrow I want to see that video posted tomorrow that you do.
Yeah.
With the change.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Go ahead, Cherish.
Isn't that still low-key kind of like something something that she's contributing?
That's what I'm saying. Women are valuable. Yes, that's
I know, but I'm saying like just her standing there, like she's standing there. Just okay, what about her? Like not like what she can like impact or like provide, but just like a woman standing there, like what is she?
Like for example, just to kind of expound on that, because Clout said he don't hear us say it. Me and Precious talk about all the fact how we just love being around in y'all space. Like we just love being around you. Like you ain't got to be doing nothing. You're just there, or just your aura, right? That allows us to feel a certain type of way. Like we get so quote unquote my man when you're just in the vicinity of us. But you don't hear men say, man, I just want a woman around me. You don't hear them say
Shit,
that. You
I
say,
want
you
women
say,
around
Paris,
me.
you'll only hear a man
Okay,
say
well,
that when he's
y'all
come
need
across
to
a woman
exercise
that he
that
don't want to,
muscle.
that
We need
he
to
wants
hear
to be
that
around.
side.
I want to be around a woman. Forget that. I
Why?
don't know what y'all
I'm
talking
not
about.
saying that you guys don't have that feeling. Marcus was
Yeah.
actually right. A lot of times we don't hear it, right? It's not channeled a certain type of way. I'm not saying that men don't enjoy the comfort of the woman. What I'm saying is what
So
we
they saying that
hear,
they want to hear it right now from you, let go.
what we hear
I just
is
gave it to
a
her.
woman needs to serve me. A woman needs to be quiet. A woman needs to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And she's feminine and she's controlling herself. Why she run her mouth so much? She don't listen. She needs to shut up. She act like a child. This is what the shit we hear. But I can
Well,
give you
Paris,
a surplus of reasons why I value you past your looks, past your wallet, and past your third leg. We don't hear y'all do the same, baby.
So
as
she wants to do the same. So like the video we just watched, she wants you to do that as well right
So
now.
Paris, as far as what you just said, women need to shut up, sit down, all the other stuff, right? That is the one thing that we need. We need your presence. But sometimes when a woman is around, they have a propensity to talk too much or, you know, engage in an argumentative fashion instead of just hanging out, you know? Like I love being around a woman and we ain't even got to talk about nothing. Just you being around me and I'm being around you. We at the store. I'm just touching on you. Like just little things like that. Like the biggest form of communication is nonverbal. Like we don't need to be doing all this talking all the time. But women love to blah, 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 blah. So that sit down and shut up thing sounds harsh, but it's one of the things that we need from a woman. Your presence alone. Because I think, in just my opinion, women talk so much when they're around us because they feel the need to be valuable or powerful and show us something because she doesn't think her simple presence is enough. And I may be wrong.
So like women, like the smell of women is intoxicating.
Yes.
The energy of women is invigorating.
Yes.
The presence of women is uplifting. And it's a vibe and energy that gets set when you're around the right type of women that you can't really like put a finger on it, right? You know it when you know it, right? And like I'm not one of the people that only appreciate women for sex. So it's some people might not vibe with that answer, but I know full-fledged what I get. I really enjoy being around women. It's a good energy. It just energy is transferable.
Hey, let go. That's what they wanted you to do. So they when you were talking, it was kind of like it was so hard for you to just go down the list.
I literally said ideas. I started this off.
Well, I didn't see the women start doing this until Marcus started doing it. When you were saying you kept flip flopping, kept going back and forth.
Hey man,
you start naming that list, you start seeing. I was paying attention. It was just like he hitting it. She had her fingers up, counting like yes. That's what I'm talking about. When you go to those
like ideas
tours, you see them. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like they come together and they're hearing this message collectively.
Yeah, I feel you.
They're on the same page. So
totally agree.
Just now.
It's
you
all
kept
good.
saying but. You kept saying but.
I didn't say but one time. What are you talking about?
You did. That was how you
did.
When we say y'all need to shut up, that's us basically saying we want you around us, but sometimes we need that. You placed it back on what you needed from us.
Yeah, it was backhanded.
Service to, and that's cool, right? Like that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah,
I received that.
So we can have ideas that are cool, but then when we want to say something just because it's like, no, be quiet now.
No, I was mainly talking about the over talking, because if anybody was to say women need to shut up or something, that means there is an overage of talking, not conversational, right? We're having conversations, but just your presence is enough.
Mr. Lego, you do it every week.
Mr. Lego,
yeah.
You haven't posted in 6 days, and they waiting to see this video tomorrow that you're gonna drop. That's just gonna get straight to the point.
Let me shoot Mr. Lego some bail. Let me shoot him some bail. Look, What I was saying earlier,
that video, Tamar, because that's a video that's gonna go viral. I'm telling you, soon as you post that video, you say the right things.
Look, let me shoot Mr. Lego some bail. Remember how I was saying earlier that the ability, like dealing with women, has given me the ability to hear what women want to hear, translate what we want to like. That's an example of that, because I understand how they would like to hear messages sometimes. And Mr. Let Go, sometimes as men, we don't emotionally verbalize what we actually feeling in a way that they could tangibly hear it and then take that with them. And that's just one of the small disconnects we have that be so major amongst men and women. But he was saying what I was saying, though. He just
a lot of it is delivery. But I'll even say this still goes back to the choices for real, because there are some women who you can actually talk to like a lot, and it's not going to be a problem. You don't always need women to shut up. You have to find a woman who's on the same page as you, right? And I'm not saying you got to talk each other's brain out all day, but the better you are in your vetting process, like the better off you will be, because there are some women you can talk to for hours because they're actually on the same page as you. They have the same interests as you, right? And they know you so much that nothing that they saying to you is going to sound bad to your ears. You just have to surround yourself or, pair yourself with the correct woman. So that's going to go back to your choices, vetting process, because like I said, if we have a connection, we could talk, and there's no limit on it. I don't grow tired of it, right? But it has to be with somebody who you really connect with to have that type of intimacy with, right? Just like, you could talk to your homeboys and it's straight, right? No problem. Y'all could be at the bar, at the barbershop, chopping it up for hours and it don't get corny, right? But it's a different type of feel. It's a different vibe when you with a woman and can have those. It's not going to be the same type of talk, but you do still have things that you can relate to with each other. That is, y'all just really, really have that synergy where you can communicate that way, and you understand how supportive she is. You support her. You really vibing. You're not gonna have that problem. You ain't gonna never want her to shut up, unless it's time for Unless it's time for Go ahead.
One more thing. I'm sorry, Trev. I try to wait till you get finished because I know you rarely jump in. But I think that's the difference too. What Marcus said versus like a lot of times my platform comes off as, oh, she's a pick me, this, that, and the third. No, I just translate men very well. I translate men in a language where women can receive it. Now, if they accept it, that's on them, And I think that's the difference, right? Because watching me actually have a conversation is very obvious. I don't go for anything with men, but you can't make that determination of men in a 30-second clip. And I think that's the difference with what Marcus is saying. A lot of times we have our own idea of what we want to hear per our gender, because of course we're loyal to our gender. But when you want to integrate with the other gender, you have to be able to translate that for it to come across. And a lot of times it's not coming across the way that you perceive because you don't feel like you intended nothing bad. But again, cautious of what we're putting out. Mr. Lego's a heavy content creator. Trev is a heavy content creator. I'm sure the rest of you guys have platforms. And that's not what the messages are centered around. It's centered around desireship. What can I desire from the other party? What can I get? How does this happen? This, that, and the third. And when the message don't look like that, it's used as another way of the extreme. Attacking women, saying what women should do better, saying how women should be better, saying how women need to be more accountable, saying this, that, and the third. It's always two extremes. Either men have this way of view or they have this way of view, but there's very few far in between creators who actually put it together in a balanced mechanism. We don't have that. So thank you, Marcus, for how you put that, because even though Mr. Lego tried, baby, he failed.
Yeah.
And that's another ball game too. When you're talking about content creation, how it's received, we have to go within the parameters of time, because there are certain hot spots within the time that hold you. How you deliver it, your cadence is actually taken into consideration, where a lot of people don't understand. The algorithm understands that, and keywords that you're saying within the first 15 seconds of your video. They try to make their best prediction onto how humans are going to receive it, right? And who to send this to. And once you start to understand that, your content comes out a little bit differently. And then when you start to realize that when you go hard on a particular demographic, right, and then your views go like, and your shares go, because people are much more compelled to share things that they hate. People like to hate more than they do like to love. They could really like something, really agree something with it. They might like it, keep flipping. When they hate what you said, then they're going to send it to someone, look at this dickhead. That's just how it goes. So that's what compels people to do things. Just like, you know how you never complain. You like, all right, let's say you're doing a review. Most times we do a review. We don't do a review to do a good one. We don't call customer service to say, hey, this guy did a great job. We call it complain. When we get anger, that compels us the most to react over anything. And that's why sometimes people's delivery make it like, why the hell are they talking like that? Why are they behaving like that? Because that's what you respond to. Unfortunately, we're trapped.
I agree, but like I said, it feels good in order to see the balance sometimes. Like sometimes I feel like we don't really take into consideration our power, right? Because that word keeps coming up, like our power. We can't say what the reality is, but mentally we're perpetuating something else. And then you want to be well received by people. There has to be some balance somewhere, right? Because all it takes is 1 or 2 times for people to be able to pull it. And Kevin Samuels is a great example of this. The moment that women started to say he hate women, men were able to counteract that and say, nope, he keeps the same energy all the way across the board. But if we never see it, then it gets very hard in this echo chamber, because many times we sit on this platform, myself included, and we listing a plethora of things where women do wrong. We listing a slew. And I'm talking about we hammering the nail, we going driving the power line. But some of y'all struggle tonight when I mentioned what I said.
Well, you said some of them struggle to understand?
Some of them struggle to respond, to give that same thing that was in the video. Because I hated the video. The video came very much so off to me like pandering. I don't even look for I think that's very dangerous when men create platforms just to tell women what they want to hear. And I can
Keep
pick
doing
it out.
it. You end up like Derek Jackson.
1 to 3 videos, I can see it. Like, this ain't helpful. This ain't beneficial. I would want a man to tell me that. Like, very scary. You're cosplaying. You're wolves in sheep's clothing. Very much so predatory. I don't like it. But
cosplaying is the word. Yep.
Yeah, cosplaying. Like,
Yep.
and it don't make me feel good, because if you can't even acknowledge the things that your gender does and the things that your gender experience, then you kind of like a traitor. Like, it don't feel good, right? I want a well-rounded man who can be able to say, you know what, as a man, this is how I feel. As a man, this is what men go through. As a man, this is where men stand. And stand on that shit, because I can tell you, I'm going to always give y'all pushback when I feel like y'all wrong about women, although I don't agree with all women, and I don't think all women are great people. I don't believe in woman empowerment or feminism. I don't believe in it. Neither one of the ideologies. It ain't my thing. But I can stand with women on some subject matters, and I think people should be able to have that fucking balance.
Yeah, I just want to say this too. I think that people appreciate people that's actually like living what they saying in their real life. Like, they actually bring in. It's not actually a talking point. That's why a lot of people appreciate Sweeney. Is because Sweeney is actively living his life, and when he comes on the platform, he's telling you from his point of view how it's actually happened. Like, a lot of people would come on and they would just hear things, and then now they just repeating the same thing over and over again. So whenever I look to bring people and looking to people that's actually, like, Marcus is the same way. You know, I just told Marcus I was very impressed in how he thinks, because he thinks outside the box. It's not the same thing you keep hearing over and over and over again. So I think that's what the space needs more of. It needs more of authentic people, like real life people that actually coming and telling you how it really is. And then you need more people to speak up, even about some of the bad things. Like, whenever we talk about marriage, we always talk about all the good things, but it's a lot of struggles when it comes to marriage. You know, it's a lot of people that turn to divorce because they don't really know how to navigate that, because it's not being spoke about. Only time you really hear it is when they go into therapy, or they're talking to their homeboys or their homegirls. So hopefully, you know, when we start vetting people and bringing them on, it's actually people that's going to bring substance. I'm never trying to discredit somebody, because it's always somebody else that's out there that's thinking exactly like them. So that's why it's always welcome, and let's at least have a conversation, because if we can have a conversation, then maybe the solution may come, or maybe the solution may not come on the panel, but you can take the information and put it together within your own household, and then maybe it'll solve something. But you got to be able to identify the problems. You got to be able to hear it, and everything's not going to be solved. You got so many personalities, and it just all depends on what that person say. But hopefully you could take something from it. So with that being said, we can just come through these super chats so we can get up out of here. AP accountability partner. Damn, I'm not trying to troll you, but women have better discernment than men. Meanwhile, they struggle to find the right man. It's a bit. Accountability partner, $2. Cherish. What is dirt without the seed? It's dirt. Duke Whitfield, 489. It's only right women help us elevate because we do so for women. If women didn't exist, men would live in one big. I've never used that word. What is it? Coliseum?
Coliseum.
Coliseum, yeah. On bunk beds. AP accountability partner, $5. Hate to disagree with the brother Marcus, but for protection, she has none of those powers.
We agree.
Hate to disagree. Oh, yes, I just read that one already. They on pair, spot on, valuable versus powerful. Women are definitely valuable in so many ways. Men need them. They put Paris back in the game. She on point. And lastly, women are resources. They don't have innate power. The power of the man they are attached to can be enhanced by her. Example, having the right man's seed before anyone says it. Puss ain't power, it's puss. So I thank everybody that has blessed the platform with the donations. Appreciate you. Marcus, check the back chat. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Another great show. You're just tuning in. You missed a good one. Go ahead and play it back. I want to thank the panel members: Tread Smooth, Real Precious, Paradise Paris, Let Go, Demi, Marcus, Cherish, Clout Jones, and Christelle. I think she's in a different time zone too. So I want to thank everybody. Y'all make sure y'all follow each other, support each other. And another bang in the book, y'all. Y'all good? And her feelings report need to be filled out. HR need to get involved. Cherish, you good? How was the experience?
This was very fun. I've always wanted to get on a podcast, and I do want to start my own podcast. So I'm glad that I said yes, and hopefully you guys will have me back.
And I want to say this was a really...
It was nice having you, Cherish.
Yeah, this was a really fun night. So I appreciate y'all. It's always fun, but for the new people to come in and just flow with us the way y'all did, I appreciate y'all. This was really fun.
You too, Demi, and I hate that that the other person left, Christy. I forgot her name, but I
Christelle.
Christelle. Because seeing her and Miss Lego go at it about pain was very comical. But Cherish, you bring great insight. Demi, you bring great insight. Thank you guys for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
I enjoyed y'all. Thanks so much.
Yeah, another in the banger. Yeah, appreciate you. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor again, T.H. Hanley, man. We out.
Good night.
T.O. said I skipped the super chat. I skipped the super chat. He said I skipped the super chat. Let me see. T.O. I skipped the super chat.
Am I supposed to be off of here?
Oh, I can take you off. I got you. Yeah. You good?
All right. See y'all.
See you. I'm just trying to figure out where's damn, let me do that spool my bed. Yeah. Let me see. Trying to find the super chat I skipped. T.O., I do not see your super chat, man. I don't know where it says. Probably lost in the comments. Maybe it might be this one. T.O. 199 says Cloud and Marcus tonight. Cook niggas. Cook. All right, so hopefully that was the one, T.O. My apologies for missing that one. Go ahead and kick it back off again. this. He said, when men lie, women buy super chat. That's good. Okay. I don't know if that was it. My bad, T.O. Hopefully I got it, man. Just want to say thank you guys on the behalf of the Lapeef Network. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Go ahead and share this stream to somebody. It's a lot of great things that was discussed tonight. Go ahead and share it. I'm sure somebody might appreciate it tonight or maybe in the morning, y'all. Let's go.
Everything is straight. Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat feet with the bare face and a slick tongue. That's what she say. She look good. She a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring that my way for the team play. For Pete's sake. I'm above average, I padded my stats. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010 young LeBron James with the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his face, then you ask for it. Niggas cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show need a passport, cause the beat bounce to the cap torn. Feel like I live it and fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Fuck how I live it into existence. Might be ahead of myself, but the bank account did drop up a couple figures. But like nobody could fuck with us. A flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill to space that she couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the way. With everything I say turn into the real thing. Tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it. Words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the way. With everything I'm saying turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face, I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Out to the imagination. She only want me when she fake. She couldn't tell me I'm a fake. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every weekend. I hate to let her down, but I'm in a fast life, so they never slowing me down. Heart rate, jumping like you know, sleep out. How you switch up, you always help me down. I know why I turned into a cold of me now. It could be worse, right? I got where I'm at without no work. You tell me that it's love, but I'm knowing that it's madness. Swap when we got cut us for the same fabric. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the way. Everything I say turn into the real thing. Tell them run it up, you know it ain't a thing. We made it out of songs with the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the way. Everything I'm saying turn into the real thing.
Last track, family. Last track. Shout out to all my first responders out there, all my truck drivers. Y'all be safe out there on the road. Just getting off on second shift. Y'all be safe. On my third shift, so shout out to y'all. Y'all be safe out there. You and your life. Shout out to all my green gang that's out there too. Dale Matthew, I see you, brother. T.O. Mr. BX87. Erica, Torrance Moore. Shout out to that green gang. Last track, family. Just want to say thank you guys again on behalf of the Lapeef Network. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you missed this show, I suggest you go back and rewatch it. It was epic. Different feel, a lot of great topics, a lot of great perspectives. I want to thank everybody that contributed tonight. Y'all make sure y'all follow and support each other. Y'all be safe out there, man.